Chapter 30. De Loignac's interview with the 45. Each of the young men placed himself at a window to watch for the return of the king. Ernanton, however, soon forgot his present situation and became abstracted in thinking who the woman could be who had entered Paris as his page, and whom he had since seen in such a splendid litter, and with a heart more disposed to love adventure than to make ambitious calculations. He forgot why he was sitting there, till, suddenly raising his head, he saw that Saint Marlene was no longer there. He understood at once that he had seen the king arrive, and had gone to him. He rose quickly, traversed the gallery, and arrived at the king's room just as Saint Marlene was coming out. "Look," cried he joyfully, "what the king has given me," and he showed a gold chain. "I congratulate you, monsieur," said Ernanton, quietly, and he entered in his turn. Saint Marlene waited impatiently until he came out again, which he did in about 10 minutes, although it appeared an hour to Saint Marlene. When Ernanton came out, he looked all over him, and seeing nothing, he cried joyfully, "And you, monsieur, what has he given to you?" "His hand to kiss," replied Ernanton. Saint Marlene crushed his chain impatiently in his hands, and they both returned in silence. As they entered the hall, the trumpet sounded, and at this signal all the 45 came out of their rooms, wondering what was the matter, while they profited by this reunion to examine each other. Most of them were richly dressed, though generally in bad taste. They all had a military tourna, and long swords, boots, and gloves of buckskin or buffalo, all well gilded or well greased, were almost universal. The most discreet might be known by their quiet colors, the most economical by the substantial character of their equipments, and the most gay by their white or rose-colored satins. Paducas de Pinconnet had bought from some Jew a gold chain as thick as a cable. Pertinax de Montcrabeau was all bows and embroidery. He had bought his costume from a merchant who had purchased it of a gentleman who had been wounded by robbers. It was rather stained with blood and dirt, it was true, but he had managed to clean it tolerably. There remained 2 holes made by the daggers of the robbers, but Pertinax had had them embroidered in gold. Eustache de Miradoux did not shine. He had had to clothe Ladille, Millida, and the 2 children. All the gentlemen were there admiring each other, when M. de Loignac entered frowning, and placed himself in front of them, with a countenance anything but agreeable. "Gentlemen," said he, "are you all here?" "All," they replied. "Gentlemen, you have been summoned to Paris as a special guard to the king. It is an honorable title, but it engages you to much. Some of you seem not to have understood your duties. I will, therefore, recall them to you. If you do not assist at the deliberations of the council, you will constantly be called upon to execute the resolutions passed there. Therefore, the responsibility of those secrets rests upon you. Suppose now that one of the officers on whom the safety of the state and the tranquility of the crown reposes betray the secrets of the council, or a soldier charged with a commission does not execute it. His life is a forfeit. You know that?" "Doubtless," replied many voices. "Well, gentlemen, this very day a measure of His Majesty's has been betrayed, and a step which he wished to take rendered, perhaps, impossible." Terror began to replace pride in the minds of the 45, and they looked at each other with suspicion and disquietude. "2 of you, gentlemen," continued de Loignac, "have been heard in the open street chattering like a couple of old women, and that about grave things." Saint Marlene advanced. "Monsieur," said he, "pray explain at once, that suspicion may not rest on us all." "That is easy. The king heard today that one of his enemies, precisely one of those whom we have been enrolled to guard him against, had arrived in Paris to conspire against him. This name was pronounced quietly, but was overheard by a soldier on guard, that is to say, by a man who should be regarded as a wall, deaf, dumb, and immovable. However, that man repeated this name in the street with a noise and boasting which attracted the attention of the passers-by and raised quite an emotion. I know it, for I was there, and heard and saw all, and had I not placed my hand on his shoulder to stop him, he would have compromised such grave interests, that, had he not been quiet at my touch, I should have been compelled to poniard him on the spot." Pertinax de Montcrabeau and Paducas de Pinconnet turned deadly pale, and Montcrabeau tried to stammer out some excuses. All eyes were turned toward them. "Nothing can excuse you," said de Loignac. Even if you were drunk, you should be punished for that, and you shall be punished. A terrible silence ensued. Then Pertinax said, "Pardon, monsieur, we are provincials, new to the court, and unaccustomed to politics. You should not have accepted your post without weighing their duties. For the future we will be as mute as sepulchres, we swear to you." "Good, but can you repair the evil you have done today?" "We will try." "It is impossible, I tell you." "Then, for this time, pardon us." "You live," continued de Loignac, "with a sort of license which I must repress. Those who find the terms too hard will return. I can easily replace them. But I warn you that justice will be done among us secretly and expeditiously. Traitors will be punished with death on the spot." Monsoreau nearly fainted, and Pertinax grew paler than ever. "I shall have," de Loignac continued, "for small offences lighter punishments, as imprisonment, for instance. For this time, I spare the lives of M. de Monsoreau and M. de Pincornay, because they probably acted in ignorance, and shall only enforce against them my third method of punishment, a fine. You have received 1,000 livres apiece. Gentlemen, you will each return 100. 100, cried Pincornay. "Captive bias. I have not got them. I have spent them on my equipment." "Sell your chain. Then, but I have something else to add. I have remarked many signs of irritation between different members of your body, and each time a difference arises I wish the matter referred to me, and I alone shall have the power of allowing a duel to take place. Dueling is much in fashion now, but I do not wish that, to follow the fashion, my company be constantly left imperfect. The first duel, therefore, that takes place without my permission will be punished with a rigorous imprisonment and a heavy fine. Now 15 of you will place yourselves this evening at the foot of the staircase when His Majesty receives. 15 will keep without, and 15 remain at home. Also, as you should have some chief, and I cannot be everywhere, I will each day name a chief of the 15, so that all shall learn to obey and command. At present I do not know the capacities of anyone, but I shall watch and learn. Now, go, gentlemen, and M. de Monsoreau and M. de Pincornay. You will remember that I expect your fines to be paid tomorrow." They all retired except Ernanton, who lingered behind. "Do you wish anything?" asked de Loignac. "Yes, monsieur," said Ernanton, bowing. "It seems to me that you have forgotten to point out to us our duties. To be in the king's service is a glorious sound, doubtless, but I should wish to know in what this service consists." "That, monsieur, is a question to which I cannot reply." "May I ask why, monsieur?" "Because I, myself, am often ignorant in the morning of what I shall have to do in the evening." "Monsieur, you are placed in such a high position that you must know much of which we are ignorant. You love the king, I suppose?" "I do, and I ought to do so, as a subject and a gentleman." "Well, that is the cardinal point by which to regulate your conduct." "Very well, monsieur, but there is one point which disquiets me." "What is it?" "Passive obedience. It is an essential condition." "So I understand, but it is sometimes difficult for persons who are delicate on points of honor." "That does not concern me, M. de Comminges. But, monsieur, when an order displeases you." "I read the signature of M. d'Epernon, and that consoles me." "And M. d'Epernon? He reads the signature of His Majesty, and consoles himself as I do." "You are right, monsieur, and I am your humble servant." And Ernanton was about to retire, when de Loignac stopped him. "I will say to you," said he, "what I have not said to the others, for no one else has had the courage to speak to me thus." Ernanton bowed. "Perhaps," continued de Loignac, "a great personage will come to the Louvre this evening. If so, do not lose sight of him, and follow him when he leaves." "Pardon me, monsieur, but that seems the work of a spy." "Do you think so? It is possible, but look here," and he drew out a paper which he presented to Ernanton, who read, "Have M. de Man followed this evening, if he presents himself at the Louvre de Pernon." "Well, monsieur." I will follow M. de Mayenne, said Ernington, bowing. Chapter 31. The Boy Wow of Paris. M. de Mayenne, with whom they were so much occupied at the Louvre, set out from the hotel guise, booted and on horseback, as though he had just arrived. He was received by the king affectionately. "Well, cousin," said he, "you have, then, come to visit Paris?" "Yes, sire. I come in my brother's name and my own, to recall to your majesty that you have no more faithful subjects than ourselves." "Mordieu," said the king, "that is so well known that you might have spared yourself this trouble. You must have had some other motive." "Sire, I feared that your regard for us might be shaken by the reports which our enemies circulate about us." "What reports?" asked Henri. "What?" cried Mayenne, rather disconcerted. "Has not your majesty heard any reports unfavorable to us?" "My cousin, know once for all that I allow no one to speak ill in my presence of the Guises." "Well, sire, I do not regret my visit, since I have had the pleasure of finding my king so well disposed toward us, but I will allow that it was needless." "Oh, there is always something to do in Paris." "Yes, sire, but we have our business at Soissons." "What business?" "Duke." "Your majesties, sire." "Ah, true. Continue, Mayenne. To do as you have done, I know how to appreciate the conduct of my subjects." The Duke retired, smiling. The king rubbed his hands, and de Loignac made a sign to Ernington, who spoke to his valet, and then followed M. de Mayenne. There was no fear of missing him, for the news of his arrival had spread, and some 100 leaguers had assembled to greet him. As the Duke reached his hotel, Ernington saw a litter pierce through the crowd. De Mayenne approached it, and the curtains were opened, and Ernington thought he recognized his former page. The litter disappeared under the gateway, and Mayenne followed. An instant after, M. de Mayneville appeared on the balcony, and thanked the Parisians in the Duke's name, but begged them to disperse and go home. All went away accordingly, except 10 men, who had entered after the Duke. These were the deputies of the League, who were sent to thank M. de Mayenne for his visit, and to beg that his brothers would come also. They had a number of plans, which only wanted the sanction and support of the chiefs. Bussy Leclerc came to announce that he had instructed the monks of 3 monasteries in the use of arms, and had enrolled 500 bourgeois in a regiment. Le Chapelmatot had worked on the magistrates, and had 200 black robes ready for councillors. Brigade had gained the merchants of the Rue Lombards and the Rue Saint-Denis. Crews could answer for the University of Paris, and Delbar promised for all the sailors in the port a dangerous body of 500 men. Each of the others had something to offer, even Nicolas Poulain, the friend of Caillebotte. When Mayenne had heard them all, he said, "I admire your strength, but I do not see the end you propose to yourselves." Bussy Leclerc answered, "We want a change, and as we are the strongest." "But how will you arrive at this change?" "It seems to me," replied Bussy boldly, "that as the idea of the Union came from our chiefs, it is for them to point out its aim." "You are perfectly right," said Mayenne, "but it is also for them to judge of the proper time for action. The troops of M. de Guise may be ready, but he does not give the signal until he thinks fit." "But, Monseigneur, we are impatient." "For what?" "To arrive at our end. We also have our plan." "Ah, that is different. If you have your own plan, I say no more." "Yes, Monseigneur, but may we count on your aid?" "Doubtless, if this plan be approved by my brother and myself." "We believe it will." "Let me hear it. Then—" The Leaguers looked at each other. Then Marteau advanced. "Monseigneur," said he, "we think the success of our plan certain. There are particular points where all the strength of the city lies: the Great and the Little Châtelet, the Hôtel de Ville, the Arsenal, and the Louvre. It is true. All these are guarded, but could easily be surprised. I admit this also. The town itself, however, is defended outside, firstly, by the Chevalier of the Watch with his archers. We thought of seizing him in his house, which could be easily done, as it is a lonely place." Mayenne shook his head. "However lonely," Said he, "You cannot force a door and fire 20 shots without attracting attention. We have foreseen this objection, but one of the archers of the watch is on our side. In the middle of the night, 2 or 3 of us will go and knock at the door. The archer will open and tell his chief that the king wishes to speak to him, which would not appear strange, as he is often sent for in this manner. Once the door is open, we will introduce 10 men, sailors who lodge near, who will soon finish him." "Murder him?" "Yes, Monseigneur. At the same time, we will force the doors of the other functionaries who might take his place, such as M. M. de Chivigny, and M. le Procureur Le Guessel. St. Bartholomew has taught us how to manage. This is all well, gentlemen, but you have not told me if you mean, at the same time, to force the doors of the Louvre, that strong and well-guarded fortress. Believe me, the king is not so easily taken as the Chevalier of the Watch. We have chosen 4,000 men who hate the king for this undertaking. And you think that enough? Doubtless, we shall be 10 to 1. Why, the Swiss are 4,000 strong. Yes, but they are at Lagny, and that is 8 leagues from Paris, and supposing they were to send for them, it would take 2 hours for the messenger to go on horseback and 8 for them to return on foot, so that they would just arrive in time to be stopped at the gates, and in a few hours we should be masters of Paris. Very good, but supposing all this accomplished, the watch disarmed, the authorities disappeared, and all obstacles removed, what do you mean to do? Form a new government of honest people. As for ourselves, so long as our commerce is successful and we have enough for our wives and children, we care for little else. Some among us might desire command, and they should have it. We are not difficult to satisfy. I know you are all honest, and would not suffer mixture in your ranks." "No, no," cried several voices. "Now, M. Plain," said the Duke, "are there many idlers and bad people in the Isle de France?" Nicholas Plain, who had hitherto kept in the background, was now forced to advance. "Certainly, Monseigneur, there are a great many," he replied. "Could you guess at their number?" "About 4,000 thieves, 3,000 or more beggars, and 400 or 500 assassins." "Well, there are at least 8,000 good-for-nothings. Of what religion are they?" Poulain laughed. "Of all, Monseigneur, or, rather, of none. Gold is their god, and blood their prophet." "Yes, but their politics? Are they Valois, Leaguers, Navarrais, or what?" "Robbers only." "Monseigneur," said Cruz, "do not suppose that we mean to take these people for allies." "No, I do not suppose so, and that is what disturbs me." "And why so, Monseigneur?" they asked with surprise. "Because as soon as there are no longer magistrates in Paris, as soon as there is no longer royalty, or public force, or anything to restrain them, they will begin to pillage your shops while you fight, and your houses while you occupy the Louvre. Sometimes they will join the Swiss against you, and sometimes you against the Swiss, so that they will always be the strongest." "Diable!" cried the deputies, looking at each other. "I think this is a question for grave consideration. Gentlemen," said the Duke, "I will think it over, and endeavor to find the means of overcoming the difficulty. Your interest, before our own, has ever been our maxim." The deputies gave a murmur of approbation. "Now, gentlemen, permit a man who has traveled 24 leagues on horseback in 48 hours to seek a little sleep." "We humbly take our leave, Monseigneur," said Brigade. "What day shall you fix for our next meeting?" "As soon as possible. Gentlemen, tomorrow or the day after. Au revoir." No sooner had he disappeared than the door opened, and a woman rushed in. "The Duchess?" they cried. "Yes, gentlemen, who comes to save you from your embarrassments? What the Hebrews could not do, Judith did. Hope, then, gentlemen, for I also have my plan." And she disappeared through the same door as a brother. "To you," cried Bussy Leclerc. "I believe that is a man of the family." "Oh," murmured Nicholas Poulain, "I wish I were out of all this." Chapter 32. Brother Borromey. It was about 10 o'clock in the evening when the deputies returned home. Nicholas Poulain remained behind the others, reflecting on the perplexing situation in which he found himself, and considering whether he should report all that he had heard to Deepen, when, in the middle of the Rue de la Pérille, he ran right against a Jacobin monk. They both began to sway, but, looking up, recognized each other. "Brother Borromée," cried Poulain. "Nicholas Poulain," exclaimed the monk. "How are you?" asked Nicholas cautiously. "Where in the world were you running to in such a hurry at this time of night? Is the priory on fire?" "No. I was going to the Duchesse de Montpensier's hotel to speak to M. de Mayneville." "And what for?" "Oh, it is very simple," said Borromée, seeking for a specious answer. "The Reverend Prior was solicited by the Duchesse to become a confessor. He accepted at the time, but since then he has had scruples, and has sent me to tell her not to rely upon him." "Very good, but you are going away from a hotel, guise." "Exactly so, for I hear she is at the Hotel St. Denis, with her brother." "Quite true, but why do you deceive me? It is not the treasurer who is sent with these sort of messages, but to a princess. Now do not detain me, or I shall miss her. She will return. You might have waited for her." "True, but I shall not be sorry to see M. le Duc also." "Oh, that is more like the truth. So go on." "There is something new going on," thought Nicholas, "but why should I try to discover what it is?" Meanwhile, the brother and sister had been conversing together, and had settled that the king had no suspicions, and was therefore easy to attack. They also agreed that the first thing to be done was to organize the league more generally in the provinces, while the king abandoned his brother, who was the only enemy they had to fear, so long as Henri of Navarre occupied himself only with love affairs. "Paris is all ready, but must wait," said Mayenne. At this moment M. de Mayneville entered, and announced Borromée. "Borromée, who is he?" cried the Duke. "The man whom you sent me from Nancy, when I asked for a man of action and mind." "I remember. I told you he was both. But he was called Borroville." "Yes, Monseigneur, but now he is a monk and Borromée." "Borroville a monk. And why so?" "That is our secret, Monseigneur. You shall know hereafter. But now let us see him, for his visit disquiets me." "Why, Borroville," cried the Duke, laughing, as he entered, "what a disguise!" "Yes, Monseigneur, I am not much at my ease in this devil of a dress, I confess. But as it is worn in the service of Her Highness, I do not complain." "And what do you want so late?" "I could not come sooner. I have all the priory on my hands." "Well, now speak." "M. le Duc, the king is sending succors to the Duc d'Anjou." "Bah! We have heard that the last 3 years." "Yes, but this time it is certain. At 2 o'clock this morning, Anjou set out for Rouen. He is to take ship to Dieppe and convey 3,000 men to Antwerp." "Oh, who told you that?" "Borroville. I heard it from a man who is going to Navarre." "To Navarre? To Henri?" "Yes, Monseigneur." "And who sends him?" "The king, with a letter." "What is his name?" "Robert Briquet. He is a great friend of Gorenflot's." "And an ambassador of the king's?" "Yes, I am sure of it, for he sent one of our monks to the Louvre to fetch the letter." "And he did not show you the letter?" "The king did not give it to him. He sent it by his own messenger." "We must have this letter." "Certainly," said the Duchess. "How is it that this did not occur to you?" said Mayneville. "I did think of it, and wished to send one of my men, who is a perfect Hercules, with M. Briquet, but he suspected and dismissed him." "You must go yourself." "Impossible." "And why?" "Because he knows me. As a monk, but not as captain, I hope." "Ma foi, I do not know. He seems to know everything." "What is he like?" "He is tall, all nerves, muscles, and bones, silent, but mocking." "Ah, ah, and clever with his sword." "Marvelously." "A long face." "Yes." and an old friend of the prior's. Yes. Oh, I have a suspicion which I must have cleared up. Boroville, you must go to Soissons, to my brother. But the priory? Oh, you can invent some excuse to Gorenflot. He believes all you say, said May Neville. You will tell my brother all you know about the mission of M. de Joyeuse. Yes, Monseigneur. And Navarre, said the Duchess. Oh, I charge myself with that, said Mayenne. Let them settle me a fresh horse, May Neville. Then he murmured to himself, can he be still alive? Chapter 33. Caillecut, Latinist. After the departure of the young men, Caillecut went on quietly, but as soon as they had disappeared in the valley, he stopped at the top of a hill and looked all round him. Then, seeing no one, he seated himself and commenced an examination. He had now 2 purses, for he perceived that the packet he had received contained money, besides a letter. It was quite a royal post, embroidered with an H at each end. It is pretty, said Caillecut. No one could be more generous or more stupid. Decidedly, I shall never make anything of the king. All that astonishes me is that he did not have the letter embroidered outside also. Now let me see how much money he has sent. 100 crowns, just the sum I borrowed from Gorenflot. Ah, pardon, Henri, this is good, but the purse annoys me. If I were to keep it, I should feel as if the very birds, as they flew over my head, would denounce me as a royal messenger. So saying, he drew from his pocket Gorenflot's bag, emptied the king's money into it, then placed a stone in the purse, and threw it into the Orge, which flowed under the bridge at his feet. So much for myself. Now for Henri, said Caillecut, and he took up the letter, broke the seal with the utmost tranquillity, and sent the envelope into the river after the purse. Now, said he, let us read. Dear brother, the deep love which you felt for our late dear brother and king, Charles IX, still clings to the Louvre and to my heart. It grieves me, therefore, to have to write to you about vexatious things. You are strong, however, against ill fortune, so that I do not hesitate to communicate these things to you, things which can only be told to a tried friend. Besides, I have an interest in warning you. The honor of my name and of your own, my brother. We resemble each other in one thing, that we are each surrounded with enemies. Caillecut will explain to you. And de Turin, your servant, causes daily scandal at your court. God forbid that I should interfere in your affairs, except where your honor is concerned. But your wife, whom to my regret I call my sister, should be more careful than she is of your honor. I advise you, therefore, to watch the communications of Margot with Turin, that she does not bring shame on the house of Bourbon. Act as soon as you shall be sure of the fact, into which I pray you to inquire as soon as Caillecut shall have explained to you my letter. Those whom as brother and king I denounce to you generally meet at a little chateau called Loignac, the pretext being generally the chase. This chateau is, besides, the focus for intrigues to which the Guises are not strangers, and you know the strange love with which my sister pursued Henri de Guise. I embrace you, and am ever ready to aid you in all and for all. Meanwhile aid yourself by the advice of Caillecut, whom I send to you. Your affectionate, etc. Age Octor Caillecut, said Caillecut. Here am I, installed counsel of the King of Navarre. This seems to me a bad commission, and in flying one ill, I have fallen into a worse one. Really, I should almost prefer Mayenne. But the letter is clever, and if Henri be like other husbands, it will embroil him at once with his wife, Turin, the Guises, and even with Spain. But if Henri de Valois is so well informed of all that passes in Navarre, he must have some spy there. Then, again, continued he, this letter will lead me into mischief if I meet a Spaniard, a Lorraine, a Bearnais, or a Fleming curious enough to wish to know what brings me here, and I should be very foolish not to remember that there is a chance of that. M. Borromée, above all, I suspect may play me some trick. Besides, what did I seek in asking the king for this mission? Tranquility. And now I am going to embroil the King of Navarre with his wife. However, that is not my affair, except that I shall make mortal enemies, who will prevent me from ever reaching the happy age of 80. My foi, but that is not much, for it is only worth living when you are young. But then I might as well have waited for the knife of M. de Mayenne. However, I will take precautions, and will translate this fine letter into Latin and engrave it on my memory. Then I will buy a horse, because from Juvisy to Pau I should have too often to put the right foot before the left if I walked. But first I will destroy this letter. This he proceeded to do, tearing it into an infinite number of little pieces, sending some into the river, others into the air, and burying the rest in holes in the ground. Now let me think of my Latin theme, said he, and this study occupied him until he arrived at Corbeil, where he bestowed a glance at the cathedral, but fixed an earnest look at the traiteurs, whence came an appetizing smell of dinner. We will not describe either the dinner he made or the horse he bought. Suffice it to say that the dinner was long and the horse was bad. Chapter 34. The Four Winds. Caillecotte, with his little horse, which ought to have been a big one to have carried him, after having slept at Fontainebleau, made a detour to the right, and proceeded toward the little village of Orgeval. He would have gone further that day, but his horse failed him. He put up, therefore, at a good hotel, and went through the rooms to select one where the doors closed well, and chose an apartment which had just been repaid, and the door which was furnished with a formidable lock. Before going to bed, although the hotel had appeared almost empty, he locked the door and placed a heavy table and a chest of drawers against it. He then put his purse under his pillow, and repeated to himself 3 times over the translation of the king's letter. There was an extremely high wind blowing, and as it howled in the neighboring trees, it was with a feeling of great satisfaction that Caillecotte plunged into a very comfortable bed. He had a lamp by his bedside, and he occupied himself for some time in reading a book which he had brought with him. But, although he liked the book, in reading the 3rd chapter he fell asleep. The wind moaned about the house, sometimes like a child crying, and sometimes like a husband scolding his wife. And as Caillecotte slept, it seemed to him, in his dreams, that the tempest came nearer and nearer. All at once a sudden squall of invincible force broke locks and bolts, pushed the chest of drawers, which fell on the lamp, which it extinguished, and on the table, which it smashed. Caillecotte had the faculty of waking quickly, and with all his senses about him. So he jumped out of bed and got hold in an instant of his purse and his sword. It was quite dark, but it seemed to him that the whole room was being torn to pieces by the 4 winds of heaven, for the chairs were falling, and the table breaking more and more under the weight of the drawers. As he could do nothing against the gods of Olympus, he contented himself with standing in one corner, with his sword held out before him, so that if any of these mythological personages approached, they would spit themselves upon it. At last he profited by a momentary cessation in the uproar to cry loudly, "Help! Help!" He made so much noise that it seemed to quiet the elements, as if Neptune had pronounced the famous quos ego, and, after 6 or 7 minutes, during which Eurus, Notus, Boreas, and Aquilo seemed to be a retreat, the host appeared with a lantern and enlightened the scene, which looked deplorably like a field of battle. The great chest of drawers was overturned on the broken table. The door was held only by one of its hinges, and the bolts were broken. 3 or 4 chairs were on the floor with their legs in the air, and, to crown all, the crockery, which had been on the table, lay in bits on the floor. "This is a regular pandemonium," cried Caillecotte, recognizing his host. "Oh, monsieur," cried the host, clasping his hands, "what has happened?" "Are there demons lodging here?" asked Caillecotte. "Oh, what weather," replied the host pathetically. "But the bolts do not hold. This house must be made of cardboard. I would rather go away. I prefer the road." "Oh, my poor furniture," sighed the host. "But my clothes, where are they?" "They were on this jay." "If they were there, they ought to be there still," replied the host. "What if they were there? Do you think I came here yesterday in this costume?" "Mon Dieu, monsieur," answered the host, with embarrassment, "I know you were clothed. It is lucky you confess it." But what?" "The wind has dispersed everything." "Ah, that is a reason. You see. But, my friend, when the wind comes in, it comes from outside, and it must have come in here if it made this destruction." "Certainly, monsieur." "Well, the wind in coming in here should have brought with it the clothes of others, instead of carrying mine out." So it should, and yet the contrary seems to have happened. But what is this? The wind must have walked in the mud, for here are footmarks on the floor. And Kaikot pointed out the traces left by a muddy boot, on seeing which the host turned pale. Now, my friend, said Kaikot, I advise you to keep a watch over these winds which enter hotels, penetrate rooms by breaking doors, and retire, carrying away the clothes of the guests. The host drew back toward the door. You call me thief, said he. You are responsible for my clothes, and they are gone. You will not deny that. You insult me. Kaikot made a menacing gesture. Ola, cried the host. Ola, help. For men armed with sticks immediately appeared. Ah, here are the four winds, cried Kaikot, making a thrust with his sword at one of them. But they all rapidly disappeared. Not, however, before one of them had whispered something to the host. Your clothes shall be found, growled he. Well, that is all I ask. They soon made their appearance, but visibly deteriorated. Ah, there are nails in your staircase. What a devil of a wind it was, said Kaikot. Now you will go to bed again, said the host. No, I thank you. I have slept enough. Leave me your lantern and I will read. Kaikot replaced a chest of drawers against the door, dressed himself, got into bed again, and read till daybreak, when he asked for his horse, paid his bill, and went away, saying to himself, We shall see tonight. Chapter 35. How Kaikot continued his journey, and what happened to him. Kaikot passed his morning in congratulating himself on the sang-froid and patience he had displayed through his night of trials. But, thought he, they never take an old wolf twice in the same snare. Therefore, it is nearly certain that they will invent some new devilry to practice on me today, so I must be on my guard. The result of this reasoning was that Kaikot made a march that day worthy of being immortalized by Xenophon. Every tree, rising ground, or wall served him for a point of observation. He also concluded on the road alliances, if not offensive, at least offensive, for grocers from Paris, who were going to Orleans to order preserves, and to Limoges for dried fruits, allowed Kaikot, who called himself a hosier from Bordeaux, returning home, to join their company, which was rendered more formidable by four clerks, who were following their masters. It was quite a little army, and scarcely less formidable in mind than in number, so warlike a spirit had the League introduced among the Parisian shopkeepers. At all events, 3 cowards together have less fear than one brave man alone. At last they reached the Thames, the town fixed on for supper and sleeping. They supped, and then each went to his room. Kaikot, who had not been sparing during the repast, either of his fun, which amused his companions, or the muscat and burgundy, went to bed, after having settled to travel again with the grocers on the morrow. Kaikot, therefore, thought himself guarded like a prince by the 4 travelers, whose rooms were in the same corridor and close to his own. Indeed, at this epoch, the roads being far from safe, travelers were in the habit of promising each other mutual aid in case of need. Kaikot then, after bolting his door and striking the walls, which returned everywhere a satisfactory sound, went to bed and to sleep. But there arrived, during his first sleep, an event which the Esprit Waynex himself, the diviner par excellence, could not have foreseen. But the devil was mixing himself up with Chicot's affairs, and he is more cunning than all the sphinxes in the world. About 9:30 a blow was struck on the door of the room where the clerks all slept. One of them opened in a very bad humor, and found himself face to face with the host. Gentlemen, said he, I see with pleasure that you are sleeping already dressed, for I wish to render you a great service. Your masters grew very warm over politics at supper time, and it seems that a sheriff of the town heard them and reported it. Now, as we are very loyal here, the mayor sent down the watch, and they have arrested your masters and carried them off. The prison is near the Hotel de Ville. Go. My lads, your mules are ready for you. Your masters will join you on the road. The 4 clerks shook like haze, ran downstairs, jumped on their mules, and took the road back to Paris, telling the host to let the masters know if they should return to the hotel. Having seen them disappear, the host went to knock very gently at one of the doors in the corridor. One of the merchants cried out in a loud voice, Who is they? Silence, replied the host, and come quietly to the door. The merchant obeyed, but before opening, he said again, Who are you? Your host, do you not recognize my voice? Mon Dayu, what is the matter? Why, it seems you talk rather too freely at table, and the mayor has been informed by some spy, and has sent to arrest you. Luckily, I thought of showing them your clerk's room instead of yours, so they are busy upstairs arresting them. Can this be true? Pure and simple truth. Make haste, and escape while you can. But my companions? Oh, I will tell them. And while the merchant dressed, the host awakened the others, and very soon they all disappeared, walking on the points of their toes, that they might not be heard. That poor hosier, said they, it will all fall on him, but it is true he said the most. Of course Kaikot had received no warning. While the merchants were flying, he was sleeping peacefully. The host now descended into the hall, where stood 6 armed men, one of whom seemed to command the others. Well, said this one, I have obeyed your orders, monsieur. Your inn is deserted. Absolutely. The person is not awakened. No. You know in whose name we act and what cause we serve, for you serve the same. Yes, certainly. Therefore, I have sacrificed, to keep my oath, the money that these men would have spent at my house. For it is said in the oath, I will sacrifice my goods to the defense of the Catholic religion. And my life, you forget that? Replied the officer. Oh, I have a wife and children. You must obey blindly what is ordered you. Oh, I will obey. Then go to bed, shut the doors, and whatever you see or hear, do not come out, even if your house is burning. Oh, I am ruined. I am instructed to indemnify you. Here are 30 crowns. My house estimated at 30 crowns, cried the innkeeper piteously. We shall not break even a window, complainer that you are. Oh, what a champion of the Holy League. The host went away and did as he was told. Then the officer ordered 2 men to place themselves under Chico's window, while he himself, with the 3 others, mounted to his room. You know the order, said the officer. If he opens and lets us search, and we find what we seek, we will not do him the least harm. But if the contrary happens, a good blow with a dagger, no pistol, you understand. Besides, it is useless, being 4 against 1. The officer knocked. Who is there? Cried Kaikot. Your friends, the grocers, who have something important to tell you. Oh, cried Kaikot, how last night's wine has strengthened your voice. The officer lowered his voice and said in an insinuating tone, Open quickly, dear companion. Ventre de biche. I do not smell the grocery. Ah, you will not open? Cried the officer, impatiently. Break open the door. Kaikot ran to the window, but saw below 2 naked swords shining. I am caught, said he. Ah, cried the officer, who had heard the noise of the window opening. You fear the perilous leap, and you are right. Come, open. I. No, the door is solid, and I shall get help when you make a noise. And he began to call for the merchants. The officer laughed. Fool, cried he, do you think we have left you their help? Undeceive yourself. You are alone, so make up your mind to it. Go on, soldiers. Kaikot heard 3 blows struck on the door. They have 3 muskets, said he, and below there are only 2 swords, and only 15 feet to jump. I prefer the swords to the muskets. And tying his bag to his belt, he got on the window sill with his drawn sword. The 2 men below stood ready with their drawn swords, but, as Kaikot guessed, on seeing him jump sword in hand, they drew back, intending to strike him as he came to the ground. Kaikot alighted on his feet, and one of the men gave him a thrust immediately. Thanks, however, to Gorenflot's coat of mail, the blade broke like glass. Here's armor, cried the soldier. Pad you, said Kaikot, cutting open his head with a blow of his sword. The other began to cry out, thinking now only of defending himself, but, At the second pass, Caillecourt laid him by his comrade, so that when the door was burst open, the officer saw through the window his 2 sentinels lying in their blood, and Caillecourt running quietly away. "He is a demon, he is steel-proof," cried he. "Yes, but not ball-proof," cried the soldiers. "No firing, no noise, you will wake the city. We shall catch him tomorrow." Chapter 36. The third day of the journey. Caillecourt knew he was safe in the city of Étampes, where he was under the protection of magistrates who would have arrested the officer immediately on his complaint. It was a knowledge of this which had induced the officer to stop his men from firing and to abstain from pursuit. Therefore he retired with his soldiers, leaving the 2 dead men on the ground after laying their sword by them, that it might seem as though they had killed each other. Caillecourt vainly searched for his former companions, and then determined to stay for a time in the city, and even, after watching the officer and his men leave the town, had the audacity to return to the inn. They found the host, who had not recovered from his terror, and who watched him settling his horse as though he had been a phantom, and never even asked him for his money. Then he went and finished his night in the public room at another inn, among all the drinkers, who were far from thinking that this tall unknown, who looked so smiling and gracious, had just killed 2 men. At break of day he started again, but a prey to anxiety, for although 2 attempts had failed, the third might be successful. He determined when he reached Orleans to send to the king to ask for an escort. But as the road to Orleans was passed without accident, Caillecourt began to think again that it was needless, and that the king would lose his good opinion of him, and also that an escort would be a great trouble. He went on, therefore, but his fears began to return as evening advanced. All at once he heard behind him the galloping of horses, and turning round he counted 7 cavaliers, of whom 4 had muskets on their shoulders. They gained rapidly on Caillecourt, who, seeing flight was hopeless, contented himself with making his horse move in zigzags, so as to escape the balls which he expected every moment. He was right, for when they came about 50 feet from him, they fired, but thanks to his maneuver, all the balls missed him. He immediately abandoned the reins and let himself slip to the ground, taking the precaution to have his sword in one hand and a dagger in the other. He came to the ground in such a position that his head was protected by the breast of his horse. A cry of joy came from the troop, who, seeing him fall, believed him dead. "I told you so," said a man, riding up, with a mask on his face. "You failed because you did not follow my orders. This time, here he is. Search him, and if he moves, finish him." Caillecourt was not a pious man, but at such a moment he remembered his God and murmured a fervent prayer. 2 men approached him sword in hand, and as he did not stir, came fearlessly forward. But instantly Chicot's dagger was in the throat of one, and his sword hard buried in the side of the other. "Ah, treason!" cried the chief. "He is not dead. Charge your muskets." "No, I am not dead," cried Caillecourt, attacking the speaker. But 2 soldiers came to the rescue. Caillecourt turned and wounded one in the thigh. "The muskets," cried the chief. "Before they are ready, you will be pierced through the heart," cried Caillecourt. "Be firm, and I will aid you," cried a voice, which seemed to Caillecourt to come from heaven. It was that of a fine young man, on a black horse. He had a pistol in each hand, and cried again to Caillecourt, "Stoop, morbleu, stoop." Caillecourt obeyed. 1 pistol was fired, and a man rolled at Chicot's feet. Then the second, and another man fell. "Now we are 2 to 2, cried Caillecourt. "Generous young man, you take one. Here is mine." And he rushed on the masked man, who defended himself as if used to arms. The young man seized his opponent by the body, threw him down, and bound him with his belt. Caillecourt soon wounded his adversary, who was very corpulent, between the ribs. He fell, and Caillecourt, putting his foot on his sword to prevent him from using it, cut the strings of his mask. "M. de Mayenne, ventre de biche, I thought so," said he. The Duke did not reply. He had fainted from the loss of blood and the weight of his fall. Caillecourt drew his dagger, and was about coolly to cut off his head, when his arm was seized by a grasp of iron, and a voice said, "Stay, monsieur, one does not kill a fallen enemy." "Young man," replied Caillecourt, "you have saved my life, and I thank you with all my heart, but accept a little lesson very useful in the time of moral degradation in which we live. When a man has been attacked 3 times in 3 days, when he has been each time in danger of death, when his enemies have, without provocation, fired 4 musket balls at him from behind, as they might have done to a mad dog, then, young man, he may do what I am about to do. And Kaikot returned to his work. But the young man stopped him again. You shall not do it while I am here. You shall not shed more of that blood which is now issuing from the wound you have already inflicted. Bow! Do you know this wretch? That wretch is Zem le Duc de Mayenne, a prince equal in rank to many kings. All the more reason. And who are you? He who has saved your life, monsieur, and who, if I do not deceive myself, brought me a letter from the king 3 days ago. Precisely. Then you are in the king's service. I have that honor. And yet you save M. de Mayenne? Permit me to tell you, monsieur, that that is not being a good servant. I think differently. Well, perhaps you are right. What is your name? Ernington de Cameronges. Well, M. Ernington, what are we to do with this great carcass? I will watch over M. de Mayenne, monsieur, and his follower, who is listening there. The poor devil hears nothing. I have bound him too tightly, and he has fainted. M. de Cameronges, you have saved my life today, but you endanger it furiously for the future. I do my duty today. God will provide for the future. As you please. Then, and I confess I dislike killing a defenseless man. Adieu, monsieur. But first, I will choose one of these horses. Take mine. I know what it can do. Oh, that is too generous. I have not so much need as you have to go quickly. Kaikot made no more compliments, but got on Ernington's horse and disappeared. Chapter 37. Ernington de Cameronges. Ernington remained on the field of battle, much embarrassed what to do with the 2 men, who would shortly open their eyes. As he deliberated, he saw a wagon coming along, drawn by 2 oxen and driven by a peasant. Ernington went to the man and told him that a combat had taken place between the Huguenots and Catholics, that 4 had been killed, but that 2 were still living. The peasant, although desperately frightened, aided Ernington to place first the man and then the soldier in the wagon. The 4 bodies remained. Monsieur, said the peasant, were they Catholics or Huguenots? Huguenots, said Ernington, who had seen the peasant cross himself in his first terror. In that case there will be no harm in my searching them, will there? None, replied Ernington, who thought it as well that the peasant should do it as the first passerby. The man did not wait to be told twice, but turned out their pockets. It seemed that he was far from disappointed, for his face looked smiling when he had finished the operation, and he drove on his oxen at their quickest pace, in order to reach his home with his treasure. It was in the stable of this excellent Catholic, on a bed of straw, that M. de Mayenne recovered his consciousness. He opened his eyes and looked at the men and the things surrounding him with a surprise easy to imagine. Ernington immediately dismissed the peasant. Who are you, monsieur? Asked Mayenne. Ernington smiled. Do you not recognize me? Said he. Yes, I do now. You are he who came to the assistance of my enemy. Yes, but I am he who prevented your enemy from killing you. That must be true, since I live, unless, indeed, he thought me dead. He went away knowing you to be alive. Then he thought my wound mortal. I do not know, but had I not opposed him, he would have given you one which certainly would have been so. But then, monsieur, why did you aid him in killing my men? Nothing more simple, monsieur, and I am astonished that a gentleman, as you seem to be, does not understand my conduct. Chance brought me on your road, and I saw several men attacking one. I defended the one, but when this brave man, for whoever he may be, he is brave, when he remained alone with you, and would have decided the victory by your death, then I interfered to save you. You know me, then, said Mayenne, with a scrutinizing glance. I had no need to know you, monsieur. You were a wounded man. That was enough. Be frank, you knew me. It is strange, monsieur, that you will not understand me. It seems to me that it is equally ignoble to kill a defenseless man as 6 men to attack one. There may be reason for all things. Ernington bowed, but did not reply. Did you not see, continued Mayenne, that I fought sword to sword with that man? It is true. Besides, he is my most mortal enemy. I believe it, for he said the same thing of you. Do you think me dangerously wounded? I have examined your wound, monsieur, and I think that, although it is serious, you are in no danger of death. I believe the sword slipped along the ribs and did not penetrate the breast. Breathe, and I think you will find no pain in the lungs. It is true, but my men are dead, all but one. Are they left on the road? Yes. Have they been searched? The peasant whom you must have seen on opening your eyes, and who is your host, searched them. What did he find? Some money. Any papers? I think not. I, said Mayenne, with evident satisfaction. But the living man, where is he? In the barn, close by. Bring him to me, monsieur, and if you are a man of honor, promise me to ask him no questions. I am not curious, monsieur, and I wish to know no more of this affair than I know already. The Duke looked at him uneasily. Monsieur, said Ernington, will you charge someone else with the commission you have just given me? I was wrong, monsieur. I acknowledge it. Have the kindness to render me the service I ask of you. 5 minutes after, the soldier entered the stable. He uttered a cry on seeing the Duke, but he put his finger on his lip, and the man was silent. Monsieur, said Mayenne to Ernington, my gratitude to you will be eternal, and, doubtless, some day we shall meet under more favorable circumstances. May I ask to whom I have the honor of speaking? I am the Vicomte Ernington de Cameringis, monsieur. You are going to Beaugency. Yes, monsieur. Then I have delayed you, and you cannot go on tonight. On the contrary, monsieur, I am about to start at once. For Beaugency. No, for Paris, said Ernington, somewhat unwillingly. The Duke appeared astonished. Pardon, said he, but it is strange that going to Beaugency, and being stopped by an unforeseen circumstance, you should return without fulfilling the end of your journey. Nothing is more simple, monsieur. I was going to a rendezvous for a particular time, which I have lost by coming here with you. Therefore I return. Oh, monsieur, will you not stay here with me for 2 or 3 days? I will send this soldier to Paris for a surgeon, and I cannot remain here alone with these peasants, who are strangers to me. Then let the soldier remain with you, and I will send you a doctor. Do you know the name of my enemy? No, monsieur. What? You saved his life, and he did not tell you his name. I did not ask him. You did not ask him. I have saved your life also, monsieur. Have I asked you your name? But, in exchange, you both know mine. I see, monsieur. There is nothing to be learned from you. You are as discreet as brave. I observe that you say it in a reproachful manner, but, on the contrary, you ought to be reassured, for a man who is discreet with one person will be so with another. You are right. Your hand, M. de Cameringis. Ernington did quietly as he was asked. You have blamed my conduct, monsieur, said Mayenne, but I cannot justify myself without revealing important secrets. You defend yourself, monsieur, when I do not accuse. Well, I will only say that I am a gentleman of good rank and able to be of use to you. Say no more, monsieur. Thanks to the master whom I serve, I have no need of assistance from anyone. Your master, who is he? I have asked no questions, monsieur. It is true. Besides, your wound begins to inflame. I advise you to talk less. You are right, but I want my surgeon. I am returning to Paris. As I told you, give me his address. M. de Cameringis, give me a word of honor that if I entrust you with a letter, it shall be given to the person to whom it is addressed. I give it, monsieur. I believe you. I am sure I may trust you. I must tell you a part of my secret. I belong to the guards of Madame de Montpensier. Oh, I did not know she had gouts. In these troublous times, monsieur, everyone guards himself as well as he can, and the house of Guise being a princely one. I asked for no explanation, monsieur. Well, I had a mission to Amboise. When on the road I saw my enemy. You know the rest. Yes. Stopped by this wound, I must report to the Duchess the reason of my delay. Well, will you therefore put into her own hands the letter I am about to write? I will seek for ink and paper. It is needless. My soldier will get my tablets. He instructed the soldier to take them from his pocket, opened them by a spring, wrote some lines in pencil, and shut them again. It was impossible for anyone who did not know the secret to open them without breaking them. Monsieur, said Ernington, in 3 days these tablets shall be delivered. Into her own hands. Yes, monsieur. The Duke, exhausted by talking, and by the effort of writing the letter, sank back on his straw. Monsieur, said the soldier, in a tone little in harmony with his dress, you bound me very tight. It is true, but I shall regard my chains as bonds of friendship, and will prove it to you some day. And he held out a hand whose whiteness Ernington had already remarked. So be it, said he, smiling. It seems I have gained 2 friends. Do not despise them. One is never too many. That is true, said Ernington, and he left them. Chapter 38. The Stable Yard. Ernington arrived at Paris on the 3rd day. At 3 in the afternoon he entered the Louvre among his comrades. The Gascons called out in surprise at seeing him, and M. de Loignac looked gloomy, and signed to him to enter a little room, where he always gave his private audiences. This is nice behavior, monsieur, said he. 5 days and nights absent, and you whom I thought so well of. Monsieur, I did what I was told to do. What were you told to do? To follow M. de Mayenne, and I have followed him. For 5 days and nights. Yes, monsieur. Then he has left Paris. He left that same evening, and that seemed to me suspicious. You are right, monsieur. Go on. Ernington related clearly and energetically all that had taken place. When Ernington mentioned the letter, you have it, monsieur? Asked de Loignac. Yes, monsieur. Diable, that deserves attention. Come with me, I beg of you. Ernington followed de Loignac to the courtyard of the Louvre. All was preparing for the king's going out, and M. d'Epernon was seeing 2 new horses tried, which had been sent from England as a present from Elizabeth to Henri, and which were that day to be harnessed to the king's carriage for the first time. De Loignac approached Epernon. Great news, M. le Duc, said he. What is it? Said Epernon, drawing to one side. M. de Comminges has seen Anne de Mayenne lying wounded in a village beyond Orleans. Wounded? Yes, and more. He has written a letter to Madame de Montpensier, which M. de Comminges has in his pocket. Oh, send M. de Comminges to me. Here he is, said de Loignac, signing to Ernington to advance. Well, monsieur, it seems you have a letter from M. de Mayenne. Yes, monsieur. Addressed to Madame de Montpensier. Yes, monsieur. Give it to me. And the Duke extended his hand. Pardon, monsieur, but did you ask me for the Duke's letter? Certainly. You do not know that this letter was confided to me. What matters that? It matters much, monsieur. I pass my word to the Duke to give it to Madame la Duchesse herself. Do you belong to the king or M. de Mayenne? To the king. Well, the king wishes to see the letter. Monsieur, you are not the king. I think you forget to whom you speak, M. de Comminges. I remember perfectly, monsieur, and that is why I refuse. You refuse? Yes, monsieur. M. de Comminges, you forget your oath of fidelity. Monsieur, I have sworn fidelity only to one person, and that is the king, If he asks me for the letter, he must have it, but he is not here." "M. de Camarines," said the Duke, growing very angry. "You are like the rest of the Gascons, blind in prosperity. Your good fortune dazzles you, and the possession of a state secret is a weight too heavy for you to carry." "The only thing I find heavy, monsieur, is the disgrace into which I seem likely to fall, not my fortune, which my refusal to obey you renders, I know, very precarious. But no matter, I do what I ought to do, and no one, excepting the king, shall see this letter, but the person to whom it is addressed." "De Loignac," cried de Pernon, "place M. de Camarines in arrest at once. It is certain that will prevent me from delivering the letter for a time, but once I come out. If you never do come out—" "I shall come out, monsieur, unless you have me assassinated. Yes, I shall come out. The walls are less strong than my will. And then, well, I will speak to the king." "To prison with him, and take away the letter," cried de Pernon, beside himself with rage. "No one shall touch it," cried Ernington, starting back and drawing from his breast a tablet of M. de Mayenne, "for I will break it to pieces. Since I can save it in no other way, M. de Mayenne will approve my conduct, and the king will pardon me." The young man was about to execute his threat, when a touch arrested his arm. He turned and saw the king, who, coming down the staircase behind them, had heard the end of the discussion. "What is the matter, gentlemen?" said he. "Sire," cried de Pernon, furiously, "this man, one of your 45 Guardsmen, of which he shall soon cease to form part, being sent by me to watch M. de Mayenne in Paris, followed him to Orleans, and received from him a letter from Madame de Montpensier." "You have received this letter?" asked the King of Ernington. "Yes, sire, but M. d'Epernon does not tell you under what circumstances." "Well, where is this letter?" "That is just the cause of the quarrel. Sire, M. de Camarines resolutely refuses to give it to me, and determines to carry it to its address." Camarines bent one knee before the king. "Sire," said he, "I am a poor gentleman, but a man of honor. I saved the life of your messenger, who was about to be assassinated by M. de Mayenne and 6 of his followers, for I arrived just in time to turn the fortune of the combat. And M. de Mayenne was dangerously wounded. Well, after your messenger, sire, who seemed to have a particular hatred of M. de Mayenne." The king smiled. "Wished to kill his enemy. Perhaps he had the right, but I thought that in my presence, whose sword belongs to your majesty, this vengeance became political assassination, and—" "Go on, monsieur." "I saved the life of M. de Mayenne, as I had saved that of your messenger." De Pernon shrugged his shoulders with a scornful smile. "Go on," said the king. "M. de Mayenne, reduced to one companion, for the 4 others were killed, did not wish to separate from him, and, ignorant that I belonged to your majesty, confided to me a letter to his sister. I have this letter, sire, and here it is. I offer it to your majesty, who has the right to dispose of it and of me. My honor is dear to me, sire, but I place it fearlessly in your hands." Ernington, so saying, held out the tablets to the king, who gently put them back. "What did you say, de Pernon?" said he. "M. de Camarines is an honest man and a faithful servant." "What did I say, sire?" "Yes, I heard you pronounce the word prison." "Mordieu, on the contrary, when one meets a man like M. de Camarines, it is reward we should speak of. A letter, Duke, belongs only to the bearer and to the person to whom it is sent. You will deliver your letter, M. de Camarines." "But, sire," said de Pernon, "think of what that letter may contain. Do not play at delicacy, when, perhaps, your majesty's life is concerned." "You will deliver your letter, M. de Camarines," said the king. "Thanks, sire," said Camarines, beginning to retire. "Where do you take it?" "To Madame la Duchesse de Montpensier. I believed I had had the honor of telling your majesty." "I mean, to the Hotel Guise, Saint Denis, or where?" "I had no instructions on that subject. Sire, I shall take the letter to the hotel guys, and there I shall learn where Madame de Montpensier is. And when you have found her, I will deliver my letter. Just so, M. de Comminges, have you promised anything else to M. de Maine than to deliver that letter to his sister? No, sire. No secrecy as to the place where you find her. No, sire. Then I will impose only one condition on you. I am your Majesty's servant. Deliver your letter, and then come to me at Vincennes, where I shall be this evening. Yes, sire. And you will tell me where you found the Duchess. I will, sire. I ask no other confidences. Remember. Sire, I promise. What imprudence, sire, cried Dupernon. There are men you cannot understand. Duke, this one is loyal to Mayenne. He will be loyal to me. Toward you, sire, I shall be more than loyal. I shall be devoted, cried Ernington. Now, Dupernon, no more quarrels, said the king. And you must at once pardon in this brave fellow what you look upon as a one of loyalty, but which I regard as a proof of honesty. Sire, said Ernington, M. Duck is too superior a man not to have discovered, through my disobedience, for which I confess my regret, my respect for him, only, before all things, I must do what I believe to be my duty. Pafandis, said the Duke, changing his expression like a mask. This trial has done you honor, my dear Comminges, and you are really a fine fellow. Is he not, de Loignac? However, we gave him a good fright. And the Duke burst out laughing. De Loignac did not answer. He could not lie like his illustrious chief. If it was a trial, so much the better, said the king, doubtfully. But I counsel you not to try these experiments often. Too many people would give way under them. Now, let us go. Duke, you accompany me. It was your Majesty's order that I should ride by the door. Yes, and who goes the other side? A devoted servant of your Majesty's, M. de Saint-Malini, said Dupernon, glancing at Ernington to see the effect of his words. But Ernington remained unmoved. Chapter 39. The Seven Sins of Magdalene. The king, however, on seeing his horses, did not wish to be alone in the carriage, but desired Dupernon to sit by him. De Loignac and Saint-Malini rode on each side, and an outrider in front. The king was, as usual, surrounded by dogs, and there was also a table in the carriage, covered with illuminated pictures, which the king cut out with wonderful skill, in spite of the movement of the carriage. He was just then occupied with the life of Magdalene, the sinner. The different pictures were labeled Magdalene gives way to the sin of anger, Magdalene gives way to the sin of gluttony, and so on through the 7 cardinal sins. The one that the king was occupied with, as they passed through the Porte Saint-Antoine, represented Magdalene giving way to anger. The beautiful sinner, half lying on cushions, and with no other covering than the magnificent hair with which he was afterward to wipe the feet of Jesus, was having a slave who had broken a precious vase, thrown into a pond filled with lampreys, whose eager heads were protruding from the water, while on the other side, a woman, even less dressed than her mistress, as her hair was bound up, was being flogged because she had, while dressing her mistress's head, pulled out some of those magnificent haze, whose profusion might have rendered her more indulgent to such a fault. In the background were visible some dogs being whipped for having allowed beggars to pass quietly, and some cocks being murdered for having crowed too loudly in the morning. On arriving at the Croix-Forbin, the king had finished this figure, and was passing to Magdalene giving way to the sin of gluttony. This represented a beautiful woman lying on one of those beds of purple and gold on which the ancients used to take their repasts. All that the Romans had most recherche in meat, in fish, and in fruit, dormice and honey, red mullets, lobsters from Stromboli, and pomegranates from Sicily, ornamented the table, while on the ground some dogs were disputing for a pheasant, while the air was full of birds, which had carried off from the table figs, strawberries, and cherries. Magdalene held in her hand, filled with white liquor, one of those singularly shaped glasses which Petronius has described in his feasts. Fully occupied with this important work, the king merely raised his eyes as they passed by the convent of the Jacobins, from which vespers was sounding on every bell, and of which every window and door was closed. But 100 steps further on, an attentive observer would have seen him throw a more curious glance on a fine-looking house on his left, which, built in the midst of a charming garden, opened on the road. This house was called Bellis Bet, and, unlike the convent, had every window open with the exception of one, before which hung a blind. As the king passed, this blind moved perceptibly. Henri smiled at Dupernon, and then fell to work on another picture. This was the sin of luxury. The artist had represented this in such glowing colors, and had painted the sin with so much courage and minuteness, that we can only describe a small part of it, viz. That Magdalene's guardian angel was flying back to heaven affrighted, and hiding his face in his hands. All this occupied the king so much, that he never noticed an image of vanity who rode by his carriage. It was a pity, for Saint Malini was very happy and proud on his horse, as he rode so near that he could hear the king say to his dog, "Gently, love, you get in my way," or to le duc d'Epernon, "Duke, I believe these horses will break my neck." From time to time, however, Saint Malini glanced at de Loignac, who was too much accustomed to these honors not to be indifferent to them, and he could not but feel the superiority of his calm and modest demeanor, and even would try to imitate, for a few minutes, until the thought would recur again, "I am seen and looked at," and people say, "Who is that happy gentleman who accompanies a king?" Saint Malini's happiness seemed likely to last for a long time, for the horses, covered with harness heavy, with gold and embroidery, and imprisoned in shafts like those of David's ark, did not advance rapidly. The artist had represented this in such glowing colors, and had painted the sin with so much courage and minuteness, that we can only describe a small part of it, viz. That Magdalene's guardian angel was flying back to heaven affrighted, and hiding his face in his hands. All this occupied the king so much, that he never noticed an image of vanity who rode by his carriage. But as he was growing too proud, something peculiarly annoying to him came to temper it down. He heard the king pronounce the name of Ernington, and not once, but 2 or 3 times. Saint Malini strained his attention to hear more, but some noise or movement always prevented him. Either the king uttered some exclamation of regret at an unlucky cut of the scissors, or one of the dogs began to bark, so that between Paris and Vincennes, the name of Ernington had been pronounced 6 times by the king and 4 times by Dupernon, without Saint Malini's knowing the reason. He persuaded himself that the king was merely inquiring the cause of Ernington's disappearance, and that Dupernon was explaining it. At last they arrived at Vincennes, and as the king had still 3 sins to cut out, he went at once to his own room to finish them. It was a bitterly cold day, therefore Saint Malini sat down in a chimney corner to warm himself, and was nearly falling asleep, when de Loignac put his hand on his shoulder. "You must work today," said he. "You shall sleep some other day. So get up, de Saint Malini." "I will not sleep for a fortnight, if necessary, monsieur." "Oh, we shall not be so exacting as that." "What must I do, monsieur?" "Get on your horse and return to Paris." "I'm ready. My horse is standing saddled." "Good. Go then straight to the room of the 45, and awaken everyone. But excepting 3, whom I will name to you, no one must know where he is going, nor what he is about to do. I will obey these instructions implicitly. Here, then, are some more. Leave 14 of these gentlemen at the Porte Saint-Antoine, 15 others halfway, and bring the rest here." "Yes, monsieur, but at what hour must we leave Paris?" "When night falls." "On horseback or on foot?" "On horseback." "Armed?" "Fully, with daggers, pistols, and swords." "With armor?" "Yes." "What else?" "Here are 3 letters, one for de Chelaba, one for de Byron, and one for yourself. de Chelaba will command the first party, de Byron the second, and yourself the third." "Good, monsieur." "These letters are only to be opened at 6 o'clock. de Chelaba will open his at the Porte Saint-Antoine, de Byron is at the Croix Forbin, and you yours on your return." "Must we come quickly?" "As quickly as possible, without creating suspicion. Let each troop come out of Paris by a different gate, de Chelaba by the Porte Bodel, de Byron by the Porte du Temple, and you through the Port Saint Antoine. All other instructions are in the letters. Go quickly from here to the Croix Forbin, but then slowly. You have still 2 hours before dark, which is more than necessary. Now do you well understand your orders? Perfectly, monsieur. 14 in the first troop, 15 in the second, and 15 in the third. It is evident they do not count Ernanton, and that he no longer forms part of the 45, said Saint Malini to himself when de Loignac was gone. He fulfilled all his directions punctually. When he arrived among the 45, the greater number of them were already preparing for their supper. Thus the noble Adil de Chavin-Trade had prepared a dish of mutton stewed with carrots and spices, after the method of Gascony, to which Militza had occasionally aided by trying the pieces of meat and vegetable with a fork. Pertinax de Montcrabeau and the singular servant who spoke to him so familiarly were preparing supper for themselves and 6 companions, who had each contributed 6 sous toward it. Each one, in fact, was disposing according to his fancy of the money of His Majesty Henri III. One might judge of the character of each man by the aspect of his little lodging. Some loved flowers, and displayed on their window-sills some fading rose or geranium. Others had, like the king, a taste for pictures. Others had introduced a niece or housekeeper, and M. d'Epernon had told M. de Loignac privately to shut his eyes on these things. At 8 o'clock in winter, and 10 in summer, they went to bed, but always leaving 15 on guard. As, however, it was but 5:30 when Saint Malini entered, he found everyone about, and, as we said, gastronomically inclined. But with one word he put an end to all this. To horse, gentlemen, said he, and leaving them without another word, went to explain his orders to M. de Byron and Chalaber. Some, while buckling on their belts and grasping their cuirasses, ate great mouthfuls, washed down by a draught of wine, and others, whose supper was less advanced, armed themselves with resignation. They called over the names, and only 44, including Saint Malini, answered. M. Ernanton de Carminges is missing, said de Chalaber, whose turn it was to exercise these functions. A profound joy filled the heart of Saint Malini, and a smile played on his lips, a rare thing with this somber and envious man. The 44 therefore set off on their different routes. Chapter 40. B.L.S. Bat. It is needless to say that Ernanton, whom Saint Malini thought ruined, was, on the contrary, pursuing the course of his unexpected and ascending fortunes. He had, of course, gone first to the hotel guys. They, after having knocked at the great door and had it opened, he was only laughed at when he asked for an interview with the Duchess. Then, as he insisted, they told him that he ought to know that Her Highness lived at Soissons and not at Paris. Ernanton was prepared for this reception, so it did not discourage him. I am grieved at Her Highness's absence, said he, for I had a communication of great importance to deliver to her from the Duc de Mayenne. From the Duc de Mayenne, who charged you to deliver it? The Duke himself. The Duke? And where, pray? For he is not at Paris either. I know that, as I met him on the road to Beauval. On the road to Beauval, said the porter, a little more attentive. Yes, and he that charged me with a message for Madame de Montpensier. A message? A letter? Where is it? Hey, said Ernanton, striking his doublet. Will you let me see it? Willingly. And Ernanton drew out the letter. What singular ink, said the man. It is blood, said Ernanton, calmly. The porter grew pale at these words, and at the idea that this blood belonged to M. de Mayenne. At this time, when there was great dearth of ink and abundance of blood spilled, it was not uncommon for lovers to write to their mistresses, or absent relations to their families, in this liquid. Monsieur, said the servant, I do not know if you will find Madame de Montpensier in Paris or its environs, but go to a house in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, called Bel-Esbat, which belongs to the Duchess. It is the first on the left hand going to Vincennes, after the convent of the Jacobins. You will be sure to find some one there in the service of the Duchess sufficiently in a confidence to be able to tell you where Madame la Duchesse is just now. Thank you, said Ernanton, who saw that the man either could or would say no more. He found Bel-Esbat easily, and without more inquiries, rang, and the door opened. Enter, said a man, who then seemed to wait for some password. But as Ernington did not give any, he asked him what he wanted. I wish to speak to Madame la Duchesse de Montpensier. And why do you come here for her? Because the porter at the hotel guys sent me here. Madame la Duchesse is not here. That is unlucky, as it will prevent me from fulfilling the mission with which M. de Mayen charged me. For Madame la Duchesse. Yes. From M. le Duc de Mayen. Yes. The valet reflected a moment. Monsieur, said he, I cannot answer. There is someone else whom I must consult. Please to wait. These people are well served, thought Ernington. Certainly, they must be dangerous people who think it necessary to hide themselves in this manner. One cannot enter a house of the Guises as you can the Louvre. I begin to think that it is not the true King of France whom I serve. He looked round him. The courtyard was deserted, but all the doors of the stables were open, as if they expected some troop to enter and take up their quarters. He was interrupted by the return of the valet, followed by another. Leave me your horse, monsieur, said he, and follow my comrade. You will find someone who can answer you much better than I can. Ernington followed the valet, and was shown into a little room, where a simply though elegantly dressed lady was seated at an embroidery frame. Here is the gentleman from M. de Mayen. Madam, said the servant. She turned, and Ernington uttered a cry of surprise. You, madam, cried he, recognizing at once his page and the lady of the litter. You, cried the lady in her tone, letting her work drop, and looking at Ernington. Leave us, said she to the valet. You are of the household of Madame de Montpensier. Madam, said Ernington. Yes, but you, monsieur, how do you bring here a message from the Duc de Mayen? Through unforeseen circumstances, which it would take too long to repeat, replied Ernington, cautiously. Oh, you are discreet, monsieur, said the lady, smiling. Yes, madam, whenever it is right to be so. But I see no occasion for your discretion here, for if you really bring a message from the person you say, oh, do not look angry. If you really do, I say, it interests me sufficiently that, in remembrance of our acquaintance, short though it was, you should tell it to me. The lady threw into these words all the caressing and seductive grace that a pretty woman can. Madam, replied Ernington, you cannot make me tell what I do not know, and still less what you will not tell. Madam, all my mission consists in delivering a letter to Her Highness. Well, then, give me the letter, said the lady, holding out a hand. Madam, I believe I had the honor of telling you that this letter was addressed to the Duchess. But, as the Duchess is absent, and I represent her here, you may... I cannot, madam. You distrust me, monsieur. I ought to do so, madam. But, said the young man, with an expression there was no mistaking, in spite of the mystery of your conduct, you have inspired me, I confess, with very different sentiments. Really, said the lady, coloring a little under Ernington's ardent gaze. Ernington bowed. Take care, monsieur, said she, laughing. You are making a declaration of love. Yes, madam. I do not know if I may ever see you again, and the opportunity is too precious for me to let it slip. Then, monsieur, I understand. That I love you, madam, that is easy to understand. No, but how you came here. Pardon, madam, but now it is I who do not understand. I think that, wishing to see me again, you invented a pretext to get in. Madam, you judge me ill. I was ignorant if I should ever see you again, and I hoped only from chance, which already had twice thrown me in your way. But invent a pretext I could never do. I am strange. Perhaps I do not think like all the world. Oh, you say you are in love, and you have scruples as to the manner of introducing yourself again to her you love. It is very fine, monsieur, but I partly guessed it. How? Madam, if you please. The other day you met me. I was in a litter. You recognized me, and you did not follow me. Madam, you are confessing you paid some attention to me. And why not? Surely the way in which we first met justified my putting my head out of my litter to look after you when you passed. But you galloped away, after uttering an ah, which made me tremble in my litter. I was forced to go away, madam, by your scruples. No, madam, by my duty. Well, said the lady, laughing, I see that you are a reasonable, circumspect lover, who, above all things, fears to compromise himself. If you had inspired me with certain fears, there will be nothing astonishing in it. Is it customary that a woman should dress as a man, force the barriers, and come to see an unfortunate wretch drawn to pieces, using meanwhile all sorts of gesticulations perfectly incomprehensible? The lady grew rather pale, although she tried to smile. Ernington went on. Is it natural also that this lady, after the strange announcement, fearful of being arrested, should fly as though she were a thief, although she is in the service of Madame de Montpensier, a powerful princess, although not much in favor at court? This time the lady smiled again, but ironically. You are not clear-sighted, monsieur, in spite of your pretension to be an observer, for, with a little sense, all that seems obscure to you would have been explained. Was it not very natural that Madame de Montpensier should be interested in the fate of M. de Salcede, in what he might be tempted to say, what true or false revelations he might utter to compromise the house of Lorraine? And if that was natural, monsieur, was it not also so that this princess should send some safe, intimate friend, to be present at the execution and bring her all the details? Well, monsieur, this person was I. Now, do you think I could go in my woman's dress? Do you think I could remain indifferent to what was going on? You are right, madam, and now I admire as much your logic and talent as I did before your beauty. Thank you, monsieur. And now that we know each other, and that everything is explained, give me the letter, since it does exist. Impossible, madam. The unknown seemed trying not to grow angry. Impossible, repeated she. Yes, impossible, for I swore to M. de Maine to deliver it only to the Duchess herself. Say, rather, cried the lady, giving way to her irritation, that you have no letter, that, in spite of your pretended scruples, it was a mere pretext for getting in here, that you wished to see me again, and that was all. Well, monsieur, you are satisfied. Not only you have effected your entrance, but you have seen me, and have told me you adore me. In that, as in all the rest, I have told you truth, madam. Well, so be it. You adore me. You wish to see me, and you have seen me. I have procured you a pleasure in return for a service. We are quits. Adieu. I will obey you, madam. Since you send me away, I will go. Yes, cried she, now really angry, but if you know me, I do not know you. You have too much advantage over me. Ah, you think you can enter, on some pretext, into the house of a princess, and go away and say, I succeeded in my perfidy. Ah, monsieur, that is not the behavior of a gallant man. It seems to me, madam, that you are very hard on what would have been, after all, only a trick of love, if it had not been, as I have already told you, an affair of the greatest importance. I put aside all your injurious expressions, and I will forget all I might have said, affectionate or tender, since you are so badly disposed toward me. But I will not go out from here under the weight of your unworthy suspicions. I have a letter from the Duke for Madame de Montpensier, and here it is. You can see the handwriting and the address. Ernington held out the letter to the lady, but without leaving go of it. She cast her eyes on it and cried, His writing! Blood! Without replying, Ernington put the letter back in his pocket, bowed low, and, very pale and bitterly hurt, turned to go. But she ran after him and caught him by the skirt of his cloak. What is it, madam? Said he. For pity's sake, pardon me. Has any accident happened to the Duke? You ask me to pardon you, only that you may read this letter, and I have already told you that no one shall read it but the Duchess. Ah, obstinate and stupid that you are, cried the Duchess, with a fury mingled with majesty. Do you not recognize me, or rather, could you not divine that I was a mistress, And are these the eyes of a servant? I am the Duchesse de Montpensier. Give me the letter. You are the Duchesse, cried Ernington, starting back. Yes, I. Give it to me. I want to know what has happened to my brother. But instead of obeying, as the Duchess expected, the young man, recovering from his first surprise, crossed his arms. How can I believe you when you have already lied to me twice? The Duchess's eyes shot full of fire at these words, but Ernington stood firm. Ah, you doubt still. You want proofs, cried she, tearing her lace ruffles with rage. Yes, madam. She darted toward the bell and rang it furiously. A valet appeared. What does madam want? Said he. She stamped her foot with rage. May Neville, cried she. I want May Neville. Is he not here? Yes, madam. Let him come here. The valet went, and a minute after, May Neville entered. Did you send for me, madam? Said he. Madam, and since when am I simply madam? Cried she angrily. Your Highness, said May Neville in surprise. Good, said Ernington. I have now a gentleman before me, and if he has lied, I shall know what to do. You believe, then, at last? Said the Duchess. Yes, madam, I believe, and here is the letter. And, bowing, the young man gave to Madame de Montpensier the letter so long disputed. Chapter 41. The Letter of M. de Mayenne. The Duchess seized the letter, opened it, and read it eagerly, while various expressions passed over her face, like clouds over the sky. When she had finished, she gave it to May Neville to read. It was as follows. M.Y. sister, I tried to do myself the work I should have left to others, and I have been punished for it. I have received a sword wound from the fellow whom you know. The worst of it is that he has killed 5 of my men, and among them Bellerin and Desnoyers, who am my best, after which he fled. I must tell you that he was aided by the bearer of this letter, a charming young man, as you may see. I recommend him to you. He is discretion itself. One merit which you will have, I presume, in your eyes, my dear sister, is having prevented my conqueror from killing me, as he much wished, having pulled off my mask when I had fainted, and recognized me. I recommend you, sister, to discover the name and profession of this discreet cavalier, for I suspect him, while he interests me. To my offers of service, he replied that the master whom he served let him want for nothing. I can tell you no more about him, but that he pretends not to know me. I suffer much, but believe my life is not in danger. Send me my surgeon at once. I am lying like a horse upon straw. The bearer will tell you where. Your affectionate brother, Mayenne. When they had finished reading, the Duchess and May Neville looked at each other in astonishment. The Duchess broke the silence first. To whom, said she, do we owe the signal service that you have rendered us, monsieur? To a man who, whenever he can, helps the weak against the strong. Will you give me some details, monsieur? Ernington told all he had seen, and named the Duke's place of retreat. Madame de Montpensier and May Neville listened with interest. When he had finished, the Duchess said, May I hope, monsieur, that you will continue the work so well begun, and attach yourself to our house. These words, said in the gracious tone that the Duchess knew so well how to use, were very flattering to Ernington, after the avowal which he had made. But the young man, putting vanity aside, attributed them to simple curiosity. He knew well that the king, in making it a condition that he should reveal the Duchess's place of abode, had some object in view. 2 interests contended within him, his love, that he might sacrifice, and his honor, which he could not. The temptation was all the stronger, that by avowing his position near the king, he should gain an enormous importance in the eyes of the Duchess, and it was not a light consideration for a young man to be important in the eyes of a Duchesse de Montpensier. Saint Malini would not have resisted a minute. All these thoughts rushed through Ernington's mind, but ended by making him stronger than before. Madam, said he, I have already had the honor of telling M. de Mayenne that I serve a good master, who treats me too well for me to desire to seek another. My brother tells me in his letter, monsieur, that you seemed not to recognize him. How? If you did not know him, then did you use his name to penetrate to me? M. de Man seemed to wish to preserve his incognito, madam, and I, therefore, did not think I ought to recognize him, and it might have been disagreeable for the peasants to know an illustrious guest they were entertaining. Here there was no reason for secrecy. On the contrary, the name of M. de Man opened the way to you, so I thought that here, as there, I acted rightly. The Duchess smiled and said, no one could extricate himself better from an embarrassing question, and you are, I must confess, a clever man. I see no cleverness in what I have had the honor of telling you, madam. Well, monsieur, said the Duchess, impatiently, I see clearly that you will tell nothing. You do not reflect that gratitude is a heavy burden for one of my house to bear, that you have twice rendered me a service, and that if I wish to know your name, or rather who you are, I know, madam, you would learn it easily, but you would learn it from someone else, and I should have told nothing. He is always right, cried the Duchess, with a look which gave Ernanton more pleasure than ever Luke had done before. Therefore he asked no more, but like the gamin who leaves the table when he thinks he has had the best bit, he bowed and prepared to take leave. Then, monsieur, that is all you have to tell me, asked the Duchess. I have executed my commission, and it only remains for me to present my humble respects to your highness. The Duchess let him go, but when the door shut behind him, she stamped her foot impatiently. May Neville, said she, have that young man followed. Impossible, madam. All our household out. I myself am waiting for the event. It is a bad day on which to do anything else than what we have decided to do. You are right, May Neville, but afterward. Oh, afterward, if you please. Madam. Yes, for I suspect him as my brother does. He is a brave fellow, at all events, and really we are lucky, a stranger coming to render us such a service. Nevertheless, May Neville, have him watched. But night is falling, and Valois must be returning from Vincennes. Oh, we have time before us. It is not 8 o'clock, and our men have not arrived. All have the word, have they not? All. They are trustworthy. Tried, madam. How many do you expect? 50. It is more than necessary, for besides we have 200 monks, as good as soldiers, if not better. As soon as our men have arrived, range your monks on the road. They are all ready, madam. They will intercept the way. Our men will push the carriage toward them. The gates of the convent will be open, and we'll have but a close behind the carriage. Let us up, then, May Neville, it will pass the time. I am so impatient. I should like to push the hands of the clock. The hour will come, be easy. But our men, they will be here. It is hardly 8. May Neville, my poor brother asks for his surgeon. The best cure for his wound, will be a lock of the Valois' shaved head, and the man who should carry him that present, May Neville, would be sure to be welcome. In 2 hours, madam, that man shall set out to find our dear Duke in his retreat. He who went out of Paris as a fugitive shall return triumphantly. One word more, May Neville, our friends in Paris warned. What friends? The Leaguers. Heaven forbid, madam, to tell a boy is to tell all Paris. Once the deed is done, and the prisoner safe in the cloister, we can defend ourselves against an army. Then we should risk nothing by crying from the roof of the convent, we have the Valois. You are both skillful and prudent, May Neville. Do you know, though, that my responsibility is great, and that no woman will ever have conceived and executed such a project? I know it, madam, therefore I counsel you in trembling. The monks will be armed under their robes. Yes. Mind you kill those 2 fellows whom we saw pass, riding at the sides of the carriage. Then we can describe what passes as pleases us best. Kill those poor devils. Madam, do you think that necessary? De Loignac, would he be a great loss? He is a brave soldier. A parvenu, like that other ill-looking fellow who pranced on the left, with his fiery eyes and his black skin. Oh, that one I do not care so much about. I do not know him, and I agree with your highness in disliking his looks. Then you abandon him to me? Laughed the Duchess. Oh, yes, madam. What I said was only for your renown and the morality of the party that we represent. Good. May Neville, I know you are a virtuous man, and I will sign you a certificate of it if you like. You need have nothing to do with it. They will defend the Valois and get killed. To you I recommend that young man. Who? He who just left us. See if he be really gone, and if he be not some spy sent by our enemies. May Neville opened the window and tried to look out. Oh, what a dark night, said he. An excellent night, the darker the better. Therefore, good courage, my captain. Yes, but we shall see nothing. God, whom we fight for, will see for us. May Neville, who did not seem quite so sure of the intervention of Providence in affairs of this nature, remained at the window looking out. Do you see anyone? Asked the Duchess. No, but I hear the tramp of horses. It is they. All goes well. And the Duchess touched the famous pair of golden scissors at her side. Chapter 42. How Dom Gorenflot blessed the king as he passed before the priory of the Jacobins. Ernington went away with a full heart but a quiet conscience. He had had the singular good fortune to declare his love to a princess, and to get over the awkwardness which might have resulted from it by the important conversation which followed. He had neither betrayed the king, M. de Mayenne, nor himself. Therefore he was content, but he still wished for many things, and, among others, a quick return to Vincennes, where the king expected him, then to go to bed and dream. He set off at full gallop as soon as he left Belesbat, but he had scarcely gone 100 yards when he came on a body of cavaliers who stretched right across the road. He was surrounded in a minute, and half a dozen swords and pistols presented at him. Oh, said Ernington, robbers on the road, a league from Paris. Silence, if you please, said a voice that Ernington thought he recognized. Your sword, your arms, quick. And one man seized the bridle of the horse, while another stripped him of his arms. Pass. What clever thieves, said Ernington. At least, gentlemen, do me the favor to tell me. Why, it is M. de Comminges, said the man who had seized his sword. M. de Pincornet, cried Ernington. Oh, fie, what a bad trade you are taking up. I said silence, cried the voice of the chief, and take this man to the depot. But M. de Saint Malini, it is our companion Ernington de Comminges. Ernington, hey, cried Saint Malini, angrily. What is he doing here? Good evening, gentlemen, said Comminges. I did not, I confess, expect to find so much good company. Diable, growled Saint Malini, this is unforeseen. By me also, I assure you, said Ernington, laughing. It is embarrassing. What were you doing here? If I asked you that question, would you answer? No. Then let me act as you would. Then you will not tell me. No, nor where you were going. Ernington did not answer. Then, monsieur, since you do not explain, I must treat you like any other man. Do what you please, monsieur. Only I warn you, you will have to answer for it. To M. de Loignac. Higher than that. M. d'Epernon. Higher still. Well, I have my orders, and I shall send you to Vincennes. That is capital. It is just where I was going. It is lucky that this little journey pleases you so much. Ernington was then conducted by his companions to the courtyard of Vincennes. He found 50 de Sam cavaliers, who, looking pale and dispirited, and surrounded by 50 light horse, were deploring their bad fortune, and anticipating a disastrous ending to an enterprise so well planned. The 45 had taken all these men, either by force or cunning, as they had, for precaution, come to the rendezvous either singly, or 2 or 3 together at most. Now all this would have rejoiced Ernington had he understood it, but he saw without understanding. Monsieur, said he to Saint Malini, I see that you were told of the importance of my mission, and that, Fearing some accident for me, you were good enough to take the trouble to escort me here. Now I will tell you that you were right. The king expects me, and I have important things to say to him. I will tell the king what you have done for his service." Saint Malini grew red and then pale, but he understood, being clever when not blinded by passion, that Ernanton spoke the truth and that he was expected. There was no joking with M. de Loignac and Diepen. Therefore he said, "You are free, M. Ernanton. I am delighted to have been agreeable to you." Ernanton waited for no more, but began to mount the staircase which led to the king's room. Saint Malini followed him with his eyes, and saw de Loignac meet him on the stairs, and signed to him to come on. De Loignac then descended to see the captives with his own eyes, and pronounced the road perfectly safe and free for the king's return. He knew nothing of the Jacobin convent and the artillery and musketry of the fathers, but de Pernon did, being perfectly informed by Nicolas Polaine. Therefore, when de Loignac came and said to his chief, "Monsieur, the roads are free," de Pernon replied, "Very well. The king orders that the 45 guards form themselves into 3 compact bodies, one to go before and one on each side of the carriage, so that if there be any firing it may not reach the carriage." "Very good," said de Loignac, "only I do not see where firing is to come from." "At the priory of the Jacobins, monsieur, they must draw close." This dialogue was interrupted by the king, who descended the staircase, followed by several gentlemen, among whom Saint Malini, with rage in his heart, recognized Ernanton. "Gentlemen," said the king, "are my brave 45 all here?" "Yes, sire," said de Pernon, showing them. "Have the orders been given?" "Yes, sire, and will be followed." "Let us go, then." The light horse were left in charge of the prisoners, and forbidden to address a word to them. The king got into his carriage with his naked sword by his side, and, as 9 o'clock struck, they set off. M. de Mayneville was still at his window, only he was infinitely less tranquil and hopeful, for none of his soldiers had appeared, and the only sound heard along the silent black road was now and then horses' feet on the road to Vincennes. When this occurred, Mayneville and the Duchess vainly tried to see what was going on. At last Mayneville became so anxious that he sent off a man on horseback, telling him to inquire of the first body of cavaliers he met. The messenger did not return, so the Duchess sent another, but neither reappeared. "Our officer," said the Duchess, always hopeful, "must have been afraid of not having sufficient force, and must have kept our men to help him. It is prudent, but it makes one anxious." "Yes, very anxious," said Mayneville, whose eyes never quitted the horizon. "Mayneville, what can have happened?" "I will go myself, madam, and find out." "Oh, no, I forbid that. Who would stay with me, who would know our friends, when the time comes? No, no, stay, Mayneville. One is naturally apprehensive when a secret of his importance is concerned, but, really, the plan was too well combined, and, above all, too secret, not to succeed." 9 o'clock, replied Mayneville, rather to himself than to the Duchess. "Well, here are the Jacobins coming out of their convent, and ranging themselves along the walls." "Listen," cried the Duchess. They began to hear from afar a noise like thunder. "It is cavalry," cried the Duchess. "They are bringing him. We have him at last." And she clapped her hands in the wildest joy. "Yes," said Mayneville, "I hear a carriage and the gallop of horses." And he cried out loudly, "Outside the walls, my brothers, outside!" Immediately the gates of the priory opened, and 100 armed monks marched out, with Borromir at their head, and they heard Gorenflot's voice crying, wait for me, I must be at the head to receive his majesty." "Go to the balcony, prior," cried Borromir, "and overlook us all." "Ah, true, I forgot that I had chosen that place, but luckily you are here to remind me." Borromir dispatched for monks to stand behind the prior, on the pretense of doing him honor. Soon the road was illumined by a number of torches, thanks to which the Duchess and Mayneville could see cuirasses and swords shining. Incapable of moderation, she cried, "Go down, Mayneville, and bring him to me." "Yes, Madam, but one thing disquiets me. What is it? I do not hear the signal agreed on. What use is the signal, since they have him? But they were to arrest him only here, before the priory. They must have found a good opportunity earlier. I do not see our officer. I do. Way! See that red plume? Ventre bleu, that red plume. Well, it is M. Deepen, sword in hand. They have left him his sword. Mordieu, he commands. Our people, there has been treason. Oh, madam, they are not our people. You are mad, may Neville. But at that moment de Loignac, at the head of the first body of guards, cried, brandishing his large sword, Vive le Roi. Vive le Roi, replied enthusiastically all the 45, with their Gascon accent. The Duchess grew pale and sank down almost fainting. May Neville, Samba, but resolute, drew his sword, not knowing but what the house was to be attacked. The cortege advanced, and had reached Bel-Esbat. Borromée came a little forward, and as de Loignac rode straight up to him, he immediately saw that all was lost, and determined on his part. Room for the king, cried de Loignac. Gorenflot, delighted with the scene, extended his powerful arm and blessed the king from his balcony. Henri saw him, and bowed smilingly, and at this mark of favor Gorenflot gave out a Vive le Roi, with his stentorian voice. The rest, however, remained mute. They expected a different result from their 2 months' training. But Borromée, feeling certain from the absence of the Duchess's troops of the fate of the enterprise, knew that to hesitate a moment was to be ruined, and he answered with a Vive le Roi, almost as sonorous as Gorenflot's. Then all the rest took it up. Thanks, Reverend Father, thanks, cried Henri, and then he passed a convent, where his course was terminated, like a whirlwind of fire, noise, and glory, leaving behind him Bel-Esbat in obscurity. From her balcony, hidden by the golden scutcheon, behind which he was kneeling, the Duchess saw and examined each face on which the light of the torches fell. Oh, cried she, look, May Neville, that young man, my brother's messenger, is in the king's service. We are lost. We must fly immediately. Madam, now the Valois is conqueror. We are being betrayed. It must have been by that young man. He must have known all. The king had already, with all his escort, entered the Port Saint Antoine, which had opened before him and shut behind him. Chapter 43. How Caillecourt blessed King Louis II for having invented posting and resolved to profit by it. Caillecourt, to whom our readers will now permit us to return after his last adventure, went on as rapidly as possible. Between the Duke and him would now exist a mortal struggle, which would end only with life. Mayenne, wounded in his body, and still more grievously in his self-love, would never forgive him. Skillful in all mimicry, Caillecourt now pretended to be a great lord, as he had before imitated a good bourgeois, and thus never prince was served with more zeal than M. Caillecourt, when he had sold Ernington's horse and had talked for a quarter of an hour with the postmaster. Caillecourt, once in the saddle, was determined not to stop until he reached a place of safety, and he went as quickly as constant fresh relays of horses could manage. He himself seemed made of iron, and, at the end of 60 leagues, accomplished in 20 hours to feel no fatigue. When, thanks to this rapidity, in 3 days he reached Bordeaux, he thought he might take breath. A man can think while he gallops, and Caillecourt thought much. What kind of prince was he about to find in that strange Henri, whom some thought a fool, others a coward, and all a renegade without firmness? But Chicot's opinion was rather different to that of the rest of the world, and he was clever at divining what lay below the surface. Henri of Navarre was to him an enigma, although an unsolved one. But to know that he was an enigma was to have found out much. Caillecourt knew more than others, by knowing, like the old Grecian sage, that he knew nothing. Therefore, where most people would have gone to speak freely, and with their hearts on their lips, Caillecourt felt that he must proceed cautiously and with carefully guarded words. All this was impressed on his mind by his natural penetration, and also by the aspect of the country through which he was passing. Once within the limits of the little Principality of Navarre, a country whose poverty was proverbial in France, Kaikot, to his great astonishment, ceased to see the impress of that misery which showed itself in every house and on every face in the finest provinces of that fertile France which he had just left. The woodcutter who passed along, with his arm leaning on the yoke of his favorite ox, the girl with short petticoats and quiet steps, carrying water on her head, the old man humming a song of his youthful days, the tame bird who warbled in his cage or pecked at his plentiful supply of food, the brown, thin, but healthy children playing about the roads, all said in a language clear and intelligible to Kaikot, "See, we are happy here." Often he heard the sound of heavy wheels, and then saw coming along the wagon of the vintages, full of casks and of children with red faces. Sometimes an arquebus from behind a hedge, or vines, or fig trees, made him tremble for fear of an ambush, but it always turned out to be a hunter, followed by his great dogs, traversing the plain, plentiful in haze, to reach the mountain, equally full of partridges and heathcocks. Although the season was advanced, and Kaikot had left Paris full of fog and hoarfrost, it was here warm and fine. The great trees, which had not yet entirely lost their leaves, which, indeed, in the south they never lose entirely, threw deep shadows from their reddening tops. The Benet peasants, their caps over one ear, rode about on the little cheap horses of the country, which seem indefatigable, go 20 leagues at a stretch, and, never combed, never covered, give themselves a shake at the end of their journey, and go to graze on the first tuft of heath, their only and sufficing repast. "Ventre de biche," said Kaikot. "I have never seen Gascony so rich. I confess the letter weighs on my mind, although I have translated it into Latin. However, I have never heard that Henriette, as Charles IX, called him New Latin, so I will give him a free French translation." Kaikot inquired, and was told that the king was at Nerac. He turned to the left to reach this place, and found the road full of people returning from the market at Condom. He learned, for Kaikot, careful in answering the questions of others, was a great questioner himself, that the King of Navarre led a very joyous life, and was always changing from one love to another. He formed the acquaintance of a young Catholic priest, a sheep owner, and an officer, who had joined company on the road, and were traveling together. This chance association seemed to him to represent Navarre, learned, commercial, and military. The officer recounted to him several sonnets which had been made on the loves of the king and the beautiful La Fosseuse, daughter of René de Montmorency, Baron de Fosso. "Oh," said Kaikot, "in Paris, we believe that the king is mad about Mademoiselle de Rebauers." "Oh, that is at Pau." "What? Has the king a mistress in every town?" "Very likely. I know that he was a lover of Mademoiselle de Dale while I was in garrison at Castelnaudry." "Oh, Mademoiselle Dale, a Greek, was she not?" "Yes," said the priest, "a Cyprian." "I am from a Yonne," said the merchant, "and I know that when the king was there he made love to Mademoiselle de Tignonville." "Ventre de biche," said Kaikot, "he is a universal lover. But to return to Mademoiselle Dale, I knew a family. She was jealous and was always threatening. She had a pretty little poniard, which she used to keep on a work table, and one day the king went away and carried the poniard with him, saying that he did not wish any misfortune to happen to his successor. And Mademoiselle de Rebauers, oh, they quarreled. Then La Fosseuse is the last. Oh, mon Dieu, yes, the king is mad about her. But what does the queen say?" "She carries her griefs to the foot of the crucifix," said the priest. "Besides," said the officer, "she is ignorant of all these things." "That is not possible," said Kaikot. "Why so?" "Because Nerac is not so large that it is easy to hide things there. As for that, there is a park there containing avenues more than 3,000 feet long of cypresses, plane trees, and magnificent sycamores, and the shade is so thick it is almost dark in broad daylight. Think what it must be at night. And then the queen is much occupied." "Occupied?" "Yes." "With whom, pray?" "With God, monsieur," said the priest. "With God?" "Yes, the queen is religious." "Religious, but there is no mass at the palace. Is there? No mass. Do you take us for heathens? Learn, monsieur, that the king goes to church with his gentlemen, and the queen hears mass in a private chapel. The queen? Yes. Queen Marguerite? Yes. And I, unworthy as I am, received 2 crowns for officiating there. I even preach a very good sermon on the text. God has separated the wheat from the chaff. It is in the Bible. God will separate. But as it is a long time since that was written, I suppose that the thing was done. And the king, he heard it and applauded. I must add, said the officer, that they do something else than hear mass at the palace. They give good dinners and the promenades. I do not believe in any place in France they are more mustache shown than in the promenades at Nerac. Caillecourt knew Queen Marguerite well, and he knew that if she was blind to these love affairs, it was when she had some motive for placing a bandage over her eyes. Ventre de biche, said he, these alleys of cypresses and 3,000 feet of shade make me feel uncomfortable. I am coming from Paris to tell the truth at Nerac, where they have such deep shade that women do not see their husbands walking with other women. Corbiou, they will be ready to kill me for troubling so many charming promenades. Happily, I know the king is a philosopher, and I trust in that. Besides, I am an ambassador and sacred. Caillecourt entered Nerac in the evening, just at the time of the promenades which occupied the king so much. Caillecourt could see the simplicity of the royal manners by the ease with which he obtained an audience. A valet opened the door of a rustic-looking apartment bordered with flowers, above which was a king's antechamber and sitting room. An officer or page ran to find the king, wherever he might be when anyone wished for an audience, and he always came at the first invitation. Caillecourt was pleased with this. He judged the king to be open and candid, and he thought so still more when he saw the king coming up a winding walk bordered with laurels and roses, an old hat on his head, and dressed in a dark green doublet and grey boots, and with a cup and bowl in his hand. He looked gay and happy, as though care never came near him. "Who wants me?" said he to the page. "A man who looks to me half courtier, half soldier." Caillecourt heard these words, and advanced. "It is I, sire." "What?" "M. Caillecourt in Navarre. Ventre Saint Gris. Welcome, D.M. Caillecourt." "1,000 thanks, sire." "Quite well?" "Ah, parbleu. We will drink together. I am quite delighted. Caillecourt, sit down there." And he pointed to a grass bank. "Oh no, sire." "Have you come 200 leagues for me to leave you standing?" "No, no. Sit down. One cannot talk standing." "But, sire, respect." "Respect? Here in Navarre. You are mad, my poor Caillecourt." "No, sire, I am not mad, but I am an ambassador." A slight frown contracted Henri's brow, but disappeared at once. "Ambassador? From whom?" "From Henri III. I come from Paris and the Louvre, sire." "Oh, that is different. Come with me," said the king, rising with a sigh. "Page, take wine up to my room. Come, Caillecourt, I will conduct you." Caillecourt followed the king, thinking how disagreeable to come and trouble this honest man in his peace and his ignorance. Bah! He will be philosophical. Chapter 44. How the King of Navarre guesses that Turenius means Turin, and Magota Mago. The King of Navarre's room was not very sumptuous, for he was not rich and did not waste the little he had. It was large and, with his bedroom, occupied all the right wing of the castle. It was well, though not royally furnished, and had a magnificent view over meadows and rivers, great trees, willows, and plains at the course of the stream every here and there, which glanced between, golden in the sunlight or silver by that of the moon. This beautiful panorama was terminated by a range of hills, which looked violet in the evening light. The windows on the other side looked on to the court of the castle. All these natural beauties interested Caillecourt less than the arrangements of the room, which was the ordinary sitting room of Henri. The king seated himself, with his constant smile, in a great armchair of leather with gilt nails, and Caillecourt, at his command, sat down on a stool similar in material. Henri looked at him smilingly, but with curiosity. "You will think I'm very curious, dear M. Kaikot," began the king, "but I cannot help it. I have so long looked on you as dead, that in spite of the pleasure your resurrection causes me, I can hardly realize the idea. Why did you so suddenly disappear from this world?" "Oh, sire," said Kaikot, with his usual freedom, "you disappeared from Vincennes. Everyone eclipses himself according to his need. I recognize by your ready wit that it is not to your ghost I am speaking. Then, more seriously, but now we must leave wit and speak of business. If it does not too much fatigue your majesty, I am ready." Henri's eyes kindled. "Fatigue me? It is true I grow rusty here. I have today exercised my body much, but my mind little. Sire, I am glad of that, for, ambassador from a king, your relation and friend, I have a delicate commission to execute with your majesty." "Speak quickly. You pique my curiosity." "Sire, first, your letters of credit. I know it is needless, since you are the ambassador, but I must do my duty as king. Sire, I ask your majesty's pardon, but all the letters of credit that I had I have drowned in rivers or scattered in the air." "And why so?" "Because one cannot travel charged with an embassy to Navarre as if you were going to buy cloth at Lyons, and if one has a dangerous honor of carrying royal letters, one runs a risk of carrying them only to the tomb." "It is true," said Henri. "The roads are not very safe, and in Navarre we are reduced, for want of money, to trust to the honesty of the people, but they do not steal much." "Oh, no, sire, they behave like lambs or angels, but that is only in Navarre. Out of it one meets wolves and vultures around every prey. I was a prey, sire, so I had both. At all events, I am glad to see they did not eat you." "Ventre de biche. Sire, it was not their faults. They did their best, but they found me too tough and could not get through my skin. But to return to my letter. Since you have none, dear M. Kaikot, it seems to me useless to return to it. But I had one, sire, but I was forced to destroy it, for Enderman ran after me to steal it from me. Mayen, in person. Luckily he does not run fast. Is he still getting fatter? Ventre de biche. Not just now, I should think. Why not? Because, you understand, sire, he had the misfortune to catch me, and unfortunately got a sword wound. And the letter? He had not a glimpse of it, thanks to my precautions. Bravo! Your journey is interesting. You must tell me the details. But one thing disquiets me. If the letter was destroyed for M. de Mayen, it is also destroyed for me. How? Then, shall I know what my brother Henri wrote? Sire, it exists in my memory. How so? Sire, before destroying it I learned it by heart. An excellent idea, M. Kaikot. You will recite it to me, will you not? Willingly, sire. Word for word. Yes, sire, although I do not know the language, I have a good memory. What language? Latin. I do not understand you. Was my brother Henri's letter written in Latin? Yes, sire. And why? Ah, sire. Doubtless because Latin is an audacious language, a language which may say anything, and in which Persius and Juvenal have immortalized the follies and errors of kings. Kings. And of queens, sire. The king began to frown. I mean emperors and empresses, continued Kaikot. You know Latin, M. Kaikot? Yes and no, sire. You are lucky if it is yes, for you have an immense advantage over me, who do not know it, but you. They taught me to read it, sire, as well as Greek and Hebrew. You are a living book, M. Kaikot. Your Majesty has found the exact word, a book. They print something on my memory. They send me where they like. I arrive, I am read and understood. Or not understood. How so, sire? Why, if one does not know the language in which you are printed? Oh, sire, kings know everything. That is what we tell the people, and what flatterers tell us. Then, sire, it is useless for me to recite to your majesty the letter which I learned by heart, since neither of us would understand it. Is Latin not very much like Italian? So they say, sire, and Spanish. I believe so. Then let us try. I know a little Italian, and my Gascon patois is something like Spanish. Perhaps I may understand Latin without ever having learned it. Your Majesty orders me to repeat it. Then, I beg you, diem caecut. Caecut began. Freda carissime. Sincerus amoquo te prosequibeta Germanus noster carolus nonus. Functus nupa. Collet usque regum nostrum et pectori meo pertinacita adherit. If I am not mistaken, said Henri, interrupting, they speak in this phrase of love, obstinacy, and of my brother, Charles IX. Very likely, said Caecut. Latin is such a beautiful language that all it might go in one sentence. Go on, said the king. Caecut began again, and Henri listened with the utmost calm to all the passages about Turin and his wife. Only at the word Turenius, he said. Does not Turenius mean Turin? I think so, sire. And Magota must be the pet name which my brothers gave to their sister Marguerite, my beloved wife. It is possible, said Caecut, and he continued his letter to the end without the king's face changing in the least. Is it finished? Asked Henri, when he stopped. Yes, sire. It ought to be superb. I think so, also, sire. How unlucky that I only understood two words, Turenius and Magota. An irreparable misfortune, sire, unless your majesty decides on having it translated by someone. Oh, no, you yourself, M. Caecut, who was so discreet in destroying the autograph, you would not counsel me to make this letter public. But I think that the king's letter to you, recommended to me so carefully, and sent to your majesty by a private hand, must contain something important for your majesty to know. Yes, but to confide these important things to anyone, I must have great confidence in him. Certainly. Well, I have an idea. Go and find my wife. She is learned and will understand it if you recite it to her. Then she can explain it to me. That is an excellent plan. Is it not? Go. I will, sire. Mind not to alter a word of the letter. That would be impossible, sire. To do that I must know Latin. Go, then, my friend. Caecut took leave and went, more puzzled with the king than ever. Chapter 45. The avenue 3,000 feet long. The queen inhabited the other wing of the castle. The famous avenue began at a very window, and her eyes rested only on grass and flowers. A native poet, Marguerite, in the provinces as in Paris, was always the star of the poets, had composed a sonnet about her. She wishes, said he, by all these agreeable sights to chase away painful souvenirs. Daughter, sister, and wife of a king as she was, she had indeed suffered much. Her philosophy, although more boasted of than that of the king, was less solid, for it was due only to study, while his was natural. Therefore, stoical as she tried to be, time and grief had already begun to leave their marks on her countenance. Still she was remarkably beautiful. With her joyous yet sweet smile, her brilliant and yet soft eyes, Marguerite was still an adorable creature. She was idolized at Nerac, where she brought elegance, joy, and life. She, a Parisian princess, supported patiently a provincial life, and this alone was a virtue in the eyes of the inhabitants. Everyone loved her, both as queen and as woman, full of hatred for her enemies, but patient that she might avenge herself better, feeling instinctively that under the mask of carelessness and long-suffering worn by Henri of Navarre he had a bad feeling toward her. She had accustomed herself to replace by poetry, and by the semblance of love, relations, husband, and friends. No one, excepting Catherine de Medicis, Caecut, or some melancholy ghost returned from the realms of death, could have told why Marguerite's cheeks were often so pale, why her eyes often filled with tears, or why her heart often betrayed its melancholy void. Marguerite had no more confidence. She had been betrayed too often. However, the bad feeling which he believed Henri to have for her was only an instinct, and came rather from the consciousness of her own faults than from his behavior. He treated her like a daughter of France, always spoke to her with respectful politeness or grateful kindness, and was always the husband and friend. When Caillecourt arrived at the place indicated to him by Henri, he found no one. Marguerite, they said, was at the end of the famous avenue. When he had gone about 2/3 down it, he saw at the end, in an arbor covered with jasmine, clematis, and broom, a group covered with ribbons, feathers, velvets, and swords. Perhaps all this finery was slightly old-fashioned, but for Nerac it was brilliant, and even Caillecourt, coming straight from Paris, was satisfied with the coup d'oeil. A page preceded Caillecourt. "What do you want, d'Orbiac?" asked the queen when she saw him. "Madam, a gentleman from Paris, an envoy from the Louvre to the King of Navarre, and sent by His Majesty to you, desires to speak to your Majesty." A sudden flush passed over Marguerite's face, and she turned quickly. Caillecourt was standing near. Marguerite quitted the circle, and waving an adieu to the company, advanced toward the Gascon. "M. Caillecourt," cried she in astonishment. "Here I am at your Majesty's feet," said he, "and find you ever good and beautiful, and queen here, as at the Louvre. It is a miracle to see you here, monsieur. They said you were dead. I pretended to be so. And what do you want with us, M. Caillecourt? Am I happy enough to be still remembered in France?" "Oh, madam," said Caillecourt, smiling, "we do not forget queens of your age and your beauty. The King of France even writes on this subject to the King of Navarre." Marguerite colored. "He writes?" "Yes, madam." "And you have brought the letter?" "I have not brought it, madam, for reasons that the King of Navarre will explain to you, but learned it by heart and repeated it." "I understand. This letter was important, and you feared to lose it or have it stolen." "That is the truth, madam, but the letter was written in Latin." "Oh, very well. You know I know Latin." "And the King of Navarre, does he know it?" "D.M. Caillecourt, it is very difficult to find out what he does or does not know. If one can believe appearances, he knows very little of it, for he never seems to understand when I speak to anyone in that language." "Then you told him the purport of the letter?" "It was to him it was addressed." "And did he seem to understand?" "Only 2 words." "What were they?" "Tyrannius et Margota." "Tyrannius et Margota." "Yes, those 2 words were in the letter." "Then what did he do?" "He sent me to you, madam." "To me?" "Yes, saying that the letter contained things of too much importance to be confided to a stranger, and that it was better to take it to you, who are the most beautiful of learned ladies, and the most learned of beautiful ones." "I will listen to you, M. Caillecourt, since such are the king's orders." "Thank you, madam. Where would you please it to be?" "Come to my room." Marguerite looked earnestly at Caillecourt, who, through pity for her, had let her have a glimpse of the truth. Perhaps she felt the need of support, for she turned toward a gentleman in the group and said, "M. de Turin, your arm to the castle. Precede us, M. Caillecourt." Chapter 46. Marguerite's Room. Marguerite's room was fashionably furnished, and tapestries, enamels, china, books and manuscripts in Greek, Latin, and French covered all the tables, while birds in their cages, dogs on the carpet, formed a living world round Marguerite. The queen was a woman to understand Epicurus, not in Greek only, but she occupied her life so well that from 1,000 griefs she drew forth a pleasure. Caillecourt was invited to sit down in a beautiful armchair of tapestry, representing a cupid scattering a cloud of flowers, and a page, handsome and richly dressed, offered to him refreshment. He did not accept it, but as soon as the Vicomte de Turin had left them, began to recite his letter. We already know this letter, having read it in French with Caillecourt, and therefore think it useless to follow the Latin translation. Caillecourt spoke with the worst accent possible, but Marguerite understood it perfectly and could not hide her rage and indignation. She knew her brother's dislike to her, and her mind was divided between anger and fear. But as he concluded, she decided on her part. By the Holy Communion, said she, when Caicot had finished, my brother writes well in Latin. What vehemence! What style! I should never have believed him capable of it. But do you not understand it, M. Caicot? I thought you were a good Latin scholar. Madam, I have forgotten it. All that I remember is that Latin is no article, that it is a vocative, and that the head belongs to the neuter gender. Really, said someone, entering noiselessly and merrily. It was the King of Navarre. The head is of the neuter gender, M. Caicot. Why is it not masculine? I, sire, I do not know. It astonishes me as much as it does your majesty. It must be because it is sometimes a man, sometimes a woman that rules, according to their temperaments. That is an excellent reason, sire. I am glad to be a more profound philosopher than I thought. But to return to the letter, Madam, I burn to hear news from the court of France, and M. Caicot brings them to me in an unknown tongue. Do you not fear, sire, that the Latin is a bad prognostic? Said Caicot. M. Caicot is right, sire, said the queen. What, said Henri, does the letter contain anything disagreeable? And from your brother, who is so clever and polite. Even when he had me insulted in my litter, as happened near Sens, when I left Paris to rejoin you, sire. When one has a brother whose own conduct is irreproachable, said Henri, in an indefinable tone between jest and earnest, a brother a king and very punctilious. He ought to care for the true honor of his sister and of his house. I do not suppose, sire, that if your sister, Catherine d'Elbret, occasioned some scandal, you would have it published by a captain of the Gauds. Oh, I am like a good-natured bourgeois, and not a king. But the letter, since it was addressed to me, I wish to know what it contains. It is a perfidious letter, sire. Bow! Oh, yes, and which contains more calumnies than are necessary to embroil a husband with his wife, and a friend with his friends. Oh, embroil a husband with his wife, you and me then. Yes, sire. Caicot was on thorns. He would have given much, hungry as he was, to be in bed without supper. The storm is about to burst, thought he. Sire, said Marguerite, I much regret that your majesty has forgotten your Latin. Madam, of all the Latin I learned, I remember but one phrase, Deus et virtus aeterna, a singular assemblage of masculine, feminine, and neuter. Because, sire, if you did understand, you would see in the letter many compliments to me. But how could compliments embroil us, madam? For as long as your brother pays you compliments, I shall agree with him. If he speaks ill of you, I shall understand his policy. Ah, if he spoke ill of me, you would understand it. Yes, he has reasons for embroiling us, which I know well. Well, then, sire, these compliments are only an insinuating prelude to calumnious accusations against your friends and mine. Come, ma mère, you have understood badly. Let me hear if all this be in the letter. Marguerite looked defiant. Do you want your followers or not, sire? Said she. Do I want them? What a question. What should I do without them, and reduced to my own resources? Well, sire, the king wishes to detach your best servants from you. I defy him. Bravo, sire, said Caicot. Yes, said Henri, with that apparent candor with which at the end of his life he deceived people. For my followers are attached to me through love, and not through interest. I have nothing to give them. You give them all your heart and your faith. Sire, it is the best return a king can make his friends. Yes, ma mère, I shall not fail to do so till I find that they do not merit it. Well, sire, they wish to make you believe that they do not. Ah, but how? I cannot tell you, sire, without compromising. And she glanced at Caicot. D.M. Caicot, said Henri, pray wait for me in my room. The queen has something particular to say to me. Chapter 47. The explanation. To get rid of a witness whom Marguerite believed to know more of Latin than he allowed was already a triumph, or at least a pledge of security for her. For alone with her husband, she could give whatever translation of the Latin that she pleased. Henri and his wife were then left tête-à-tête. He had on his face no appearance of disquietude or menace. Decidedly, he could not understand Latin. "Monsieur," said Marguerite, "I wait for you to interrogate me." "This letter preoccupies you much, ma mère. Do not alarm yourself thus." "Sire, because a king does not send a special messenger to another without some reason that he believes important." "Well, ma mère, let us leave it for the present. Have you not something like a ball this evening?" "Yes, sire," said Marguerite, astonished. "But that is not extraordinary. You know we dance nearly every evening." "I have a great chase for tomorrow." "Each our pleasure. Sire, you love the chase, I the dance." "Yes, ma mère, and there is no harm in that," said Henri, sighing. "Certainly not, but your Majesty sighed as you said it." "Listen to me, madam, I am uneasy." "About what, sire?" "About a current report." "A report? Your Majesty uneasy about a report? What more simple, when this report may annoy you?" "Me?" "Yes, you." "Sire, I do not understand you." "Have you heard nothing?" Marguerite began to tremble. "I am the least curious woman in the world," said she. "I am nothing but what is cried in my very ease. Besides, I think so little of reports that I should not listen to them if I heard them." "It is then your opinion, madam, that one should despise reports?" "Absolutely, sire, particularly kings and queens." "Why so, madam?" "Because, as every one talks of us, we should have enough to do to listen to them all." "Well, I believe you are right, ma mère, and I am about to furnish you with an excellent opportunity of exercising your philosophy." Marguerite believed that the decisive moment had come, and rallied all her courage. "So be it, sire," said she. Henri began in the tone of a penitent who has some great sin to acknowledge. "You know the great interest I take in Phocius." "Ah!" cried Marguerite, triumphantly, seeing he was not about to accuse her. "Yes, yes, the little Phocius, your friend." "Yes, madam." "My lady in waiting." "Yes." "Your passion, your love." "Ah, you speak now just like one of the reports you were abusing just now." "It is true, sire, and I ask your pardon," said Marguerite, smiling. "Ma mère, you are right. Public report often lies, and we sovereigns have great reason to establish this theory." And he laughed ironically. "Well, and Phocius," said Marguerite. "She is ill, ma mère, and the doctors do not understand her malady." "That is strange. Sire, Phocius, who you say is a pearl of purity, ought to allow the doctors to penetrate into the secret of her illness." "Alas, it is not so." "What?" cried the queen. "Is she not a pearl of purity?" "I mean that she persists in hiding the cause of her illness from the doctors. But to you, sire, her confidant, her father." "I know nothing, or at least wish to know nothing." "Then, sire," said Marguerite, who now believed that she had to confer instead of asking a pardon, "then, sire, I do not know what you want, and wait for you to explain." "Well, then, ma mère, I will tell you. I wish you, but it is asking a great deal." "Speak on, sire." "To have the goodness to go to Phocius." "I go to visit this girl whom everyone says has the honor of being your mistress, a thing which you do not deny." "Gently, gently, ma mère. On my word, you will make a scandal with your exclamations, and really I believe that will rejoice the court of France. For in the letter from my brother-in-law that Caillecourt repeated to me, there was these words, quotidie scandalone, which must mean daily scandal. It is not necessary to know Latin to understand that. It is almost French. But, sire, to whom did these words apply?" "Ah, that is what I want to know. But you, who know Latin, can help me to find out." Marguerite colored up to her ease. "Well, monsieur," said she. You wish me to take a humiliating step for the sake of peace, and therefore I will comply. Thanks, Mamia, thanks. But what is the object of this visit? It is very simple. Madam. Still, you must tell me, for I am not clever enough to guess it. Well, you will find Phocius among the ladies of honor, sleeping in their room, and they, you know, are so curious and indiscreet that one cannot tell to what extremity Phocius may be reduced. But then she fears something, cried Marguerite, with a burst of anger and hatred. She wishes to hide herself. I do not know. All I do know is that she wishes to quit the room of the maids of honor. If she wishes to hide, let her not count on me. I may shut my eyes to certain things, but I will never be an accomplice, said Marguerite. Henri seemed not to have heard, but he stood for a minute in a thoughtful attitude, and then said, Margot Calm Terrenio. Ah, those were the names. Madam, Margot Calm Terrenio. Marguerite grew crimson. Calumnies, sire, cried she. What calumnies? Replied he, with the most natural air possible. Do you find any calumny in it? It is a passage from my brother's letter. Margot Calm Terrenio convenient in Castello Nomini Loignac. Decidedly I must get this letter translated. Leave this comedy, sire, said Marguerite, tremblingly, and tell me at once what you want from me. Well, I wish, Mamia, that you should separate Phocius from the other girls and send her a discreet doctor, your own, for example. Ah, I see what it is, cried the queen. Phocius, the paragon, is near her accouchement. I do not say so, Mamia. It is you who affirm it. It is so, monsieur. Your insinuating tone, your false humility, prove it to me. But there are sacrifices that no man should ask of his wife. Take care of Phocius yourself, sire. It is your business, and let the trouble fall on the guilty, not on the innocent. The guilty? Ah, that makes me think of the letter again. How so? Guilty is nocens, is it not? Yes. Well, there was that word in the letter, Margot Calm Terrenio, ambo nocens, convenient in Castello Nomini Loignac. Mon Dieu, how I regret that my knowledge is not as great as my memory is good. Ambo nocens, repeated Marguerite, in a low voice, and turning very pale. He understood it all. Margot Calm Terrenio, ambo nocens, repeated Henri. What the devil could my brother mean by ambo? Venter Saint Grace. Mamia, it is astonishing that you, no Latin so well, have not yet explained it to me. Ah, Padieu, there is Chirenius walking under your windows, and looking up as if he expected you. I will call to him to come up. He is very learned, and he will explain it to me. Sire, sire, be superior to all the calumniators of France. Oh, Mamia, it seems to me that people are not more indulgent in Navarre than in France. You, yourself, were very severe about poor Phocius just now. I severe? Yes, and yet we ought to be indulgent here. We lead such a happy life, you with your bulls, and I with my chase. Yes, yes, sire, you are right. Let us be indulgent. Oh, I was sure of your heart, Mamia. You know me well, sire. Yes, then you will go and see Phocius. Yes, sire, and separate her from the others. Yes, sire, and send to your doctor. Yes, sire, and if, unluckily, what you say were true, and she had been weak, for women are frail. Well, sire, I am a woman, and know the indulgence due to my sex. Oh, you know all things. Mamia, you are in truth a model of perfection, and I kiss your hands. But believe, sire, that it is for the love of you alone that I make the sacrifice. Oh, yes, Mamia, I know you well, madam, and my brother of France also, he who speaks so well of you in this letter, and adds, fiat sanum exemplum statim, ac residential sertia eveniet. Doubtless, Mamia, it is you who give this good example. And Henri kissed the cold hand of Marguerite. Then, turning on the threshold of the door, he said, "Say everything kind from me to Fosseuse, and do for her as you have promised me. I set off for the chase. Perhaps I shall not see you till my return. Perhaps never. These wolves are wicked beasts. Come, and let me embrace you, ma mère." Then he embraced Marguerite, almost affectionately, and went out, leaving her stupefied with all she had heard. Chapter 48. The Spanish Ambassador. The king rejoined Caicot, who was still agitated with fears as to the explanation. "Well, Caicot," said Henri, "do you know what the queen says?" "No. She pretends that your cursed Latin will disturb our peace." "Oh, sire, forget it, and all will be at an end. It is not with a piece of spoken Latin as though it were written. The wind carries away the one, fire cannot sometimes destroy the other." I think of it no more." "That is right. I have something else to do. Your Majesty prefers amusing yourself." "Oh, mon cher, here we do everything openly. Love, war, and politics. The first more than the two last. Do you not, sire?" "Ma foi. Yes, I confess it, my dear friend. This country is so fine, and its women so beautiful." "Oh, sire, you forget the queen. Can the Navarrese women be more pleasing and beautiful than she is? If they are, I compliment them." "Venter Saint Grace, you are right, Caicot, and I, who forgot that you are an ambassador, and represent King Henri III, and that he is a brother of Marguerite, and that consequently, before you, I ought to place it before everyone. But you must excuse my imprudence. I am not accustomed to ambassadors." At this moment the door of the room opened, and D'Orbiac announced, "The ambassador from Spain." Caicot gave a start which made the king smile. "Ma foi," said Henri, "that is a contradiction that I did not expect. And what the devil can he want here?" "Yes," said Caicot, "what the devil does he want here?" "We shall soon know. Perhaps our Spanish neighbor has some frontier dispute to settle with us." "I will retire," said Caicot. "This is doubtless a real ambassador from His Majesty Philippe II, while I open that library door, Caicot, and go in there. But from there I shall hear all, in spite of myself." "Oh, never mind. I have nothing to hide. Apropos, have you nothing more to say to me from your king?" "Nothing at all, sire." "Very well. Then you have nothing to do but to see and hear, like all other ambassadors, and the library will do excellently for that purpose. Look with all your eyes, and listen with all your ears, my dear Caicot. D'Orbiac, let the ambassador enter." Caicot hastened to his place of concealment, and drew the tapestry close. When the first preliminaries of etiquette were over, the ambassador said, "Can I speak freely to your Majesty?" "You may, monsieur." "Sire, I bring the answer from His Catholic Majesty." "An answer?" thought Caicot. Then there was a question. "An answer to what?" said Henri. "To your proposals of last month." "Ma foi, I am very forgetful. Please to recall to me what they were." "About the invasions of the Lorraine princes." "Yes, I remember, particularly those of M. de Guise. Go on, monsieur." "Sire, the king, my master, although much begged to sign a treaty of alliance with Lorraine, prefers one with Navarre. I know my master's intentions with regard to you. May I also know them?" "Sire, my master will refuse nothing to Navarre." Caicot bit his fingers to convince himself that he was not dreaming. "What can I ask then?" said Henri. "Whatever your Majesty pleases." "Diable, if your Majesty will speak openly and frankly." "Venter Saint Grace, it is embarrassing." "Shall I tell you His Majesty the King of Spain's proposal?" "I listen." "The King of France treats the Queen of Navarre as an enemy. He repudiates her as a sister, and covers her with opprobrium. All this, but I beg your Majesty's pardon for touching on so delicate a subject." "Go on." "All this, then, is public." "Well, monsieur, and what of all this?" It is consequently easy for your majesty to repudiate as a wife for whom her brother disclaims as a sister. This once done, the alliance between the King of Navarre and the King of Spain is concluded, and the King of Spain will give the Infanta, his daughter, to your majesty, and he himself will marry Madame Catherine de Navarre, your majesty's sister. A movement of pride shook Henri, while Caillecotte shuddered with terror. The one saw his star rising, radiant like the morning sun. The other saw the scepter of the Valois ready to decline and fall. For an instant there was profound silence, and then Henri said, "The proposal, monsieur, is magnificent, and crowns me with honor." "His Majesty," said the negotiator, who already calculated on an enthusiastic acceptance, "proposes only one condition." "Ah, a condition. That is but just. Let me hear it." "In aiding your majesty against the Lorraine princes, that is to say, in opening to your majesty a way to the throne, my master desires to facilitate by your alliance the safety of Flanders, which the Duc d'Anjou is already attacking. Your majesty will understand that it is pure preference on my master's part for you over the Lorraine princes, since M.M. de Guise, his natural allies, as Catholic princes, make of themselves a party against the Duc d'Anjou in Flanders. Now, this is the only condition which you must think reasonable. His Majesty, the King of Spain, allied to you by a double marriage, will help you to, the ambassador seemed to seek for the right word, to succeed to the King of France, and you will guarantee Flanders to him. I may then, now, knowing your Majesty's wisdom, regard the negotiation as happily terminated." Henri took 2 or 3 turns up and down the room. "This, then," said he at last, "is the answer you were charged to bring me." "Yes, sire." "Nothing else." "Nothing else, sire." "Well, I refuse the offer of the King of Spain." "You refuse the hand of the Infanta," cried the Spaniard, with a start, as though he had received a sudden wound. "It would be a great honor, but I cannot think it a greater one than that of having married a daughter of France." "No, but that alliance brought you nearly to the tomb, and this will bring you to the throne. An incomparable piece of good fortune, monsieur, I know, but I will never buy it with the blood and honor of my future subjects. What, monsieur? I draw the sword against the King of France, my brother-in-law. For the Spaniards, I arrest the standard of France in its career of glory. I kill brothers by brothers' hands. I bring the stranger into my country. No, monsieur, I ask the King of Spain for aid against the Guises, who wish to rob me of my inheritance, but not against the Duc d'Anjou, my brother-in-law, not against Henri III, my friend, not against my wife, sister of my king. You will aid the Guises, you will say, and lend them your support. Do so, and I will let loose on you and on them all the Protestants of Germany and France. The King of Spain wishes to reconquer Flanders, which is slipping from him. Let him do what his father, Charles V, did, and ask a free passage to go and claim his title of First Bourgeois of Ghent, and Henri III, I am certain, will grant it to him, as Francois I did. I wish for the throne of France, says His Catholic Majesty. It is possible, but I do not need him to aid me in getting it. I will do that for myself, once it is vacant, in spite of all the kings in the world. Adieu, then, monsieur. Tell my brother Philippe that I am grateful for his offers, but cannot believe for a moment that he thought me capable of accepting them. Adieu, monsieur. Take care, sire, said the ambassador. The good understanding between 2 neighbors may be destroyed by a hasty word. Monsieur, my crown is so light that I should scarcely feel the difference if it slipped off. Besides, I believe I can guard it. Therefore, once more adieu, monsieur, and tell the king your master that I have greater ambitions than he dreams of. And the Benet, becoming once more, not himself, but what he generally seemed to be, conducted the ambassador, with a courteous smile, to the door. Chapter 49. The Poor of Henri of Navarre. Caillecotte remained plunged in profound surprise. Henri lifted the tapestry, and, striking him on the shoulder, said, "Well, M. Caillecotte, how do you think I managed?" "Wonderfully, sire, and really, for a king who is not accustomed to ambassadors." It is my brother Henri who sends me such ambassadors. How so, sire? If he did not incessantly persecute his poor sister, others would not dream of it. Do you believe that if the King of Spain had not heard of the public insult offered to the Queen, when a captain of the guards searched her litter, that he would have proposed to me to repudiate her? I see with pleasure, sire, replied Kaikot, that all attempts will be useless, and that nothing can interrupt the harmony that exists between the Queen and yourself. Oh, my friend, the interest they have in making us quarrel is too clear. I confess to you, sire, that I am not so penetrating as you are. Doubtless Henri will be delighted if I repudiated his sister. How so? Pray explain to me. You know they forgot to pay me my wife's dowry. I guess as much, sire. This dowry was to consist of 300,000 golden crowns and some towns, among others, Cahors. A pretty town, Mordieu. I have claimed, not the money, but Cahors. Ventre de biche. Sire, in your place, I should have done the same. And that is why, do you understand now? No, indeed, sire. Why they wish me to quarrel with my wife and repudiate her. No wife, no dowry, no more 300,000 crowns, no Cahors. It is one way of eluding a promise, and Henri is clever in laying snares. You would much like to hold Cahors, sire? Doubtless. For after all, what is my principality of Bern? A poor little place, clipped by the avarice of my mother-in-law and brother-in-law. While Cahors would be my rampart, the safeguard of my religion. Well, sire, go into mourning for Cahors, for whether you break with Madame Marguerite or not, the King of France will never give it to you, and unless you take it. Oh, I would soon take it, if it was not so strong, and, above all, if I did not hate war. Cahors is impregnable, sire. Oh, impregnable. But if I had an army, which I have not. Listen, sire, we are not here to flatter each other. To take Cahors, which is held by M. de Vezin, one must be a Hannibal or a Caesar, and your majesty. Well, said Henri, with a smile, has just said you do not like war. Henri sighed, and his eyes flashed for a minute. Then he said, It is true I have never drawn the sword, and perhaps never shall. I am a king of straw, a man of peace. But, by a singular contrast, I love to think of warlike things. That is in my blood. St. Louis, my ancestor, pious by education and gentle by nature, became on occasion a brave soldier and a skillful swordsman. Let us talk, if you please, of M. Vezin, who is a Caesar and a Hannibal. Sire, pardon me if I have wounded or annoyed you. I spoke only of M. de Vezin to extinguish all hope in your heart. Cahors, you see, is so well guarded because it is the key of the South. Alas, I know it well. I wish so much to possess Cahors, that I told my poor mother to make it a sine qua non of our marriage. See, I am speaking Latin now. Cahors, then, was my wife's dowry. They owe it to me. Sire, to owe and pay are two different things, I know. So your opinion is that they will never pay me. I fear not. Diable, and frankly, well, they will be right, sire. Why so? Because you did not know your part of king. You should have got it at once. Do you not? Then remember the tocsin of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, said Henri, bitterly. It seems to me that a husband whom they try to murder on the night of his marriage might think less of his dowry than of his life. Yes, but since then, sire, we have had peace. And excuse me, sire, you should have profited by it, and, instead of making love, have negotiated. It is less amusing, I know, but more profitable. I speak, sire, as much for my king as for you. If Henri of France had a strong ally in Henri of Navarre, he would be stronger than anyone. And if the Protestants and Catholics of France and Navarre would unite in a common political interest, they would make the rest of the world tremble. Oh, I do not pretend to make others tremble, so long as I do not tremble myself. But if I cannot get Cahors, then, and you think I cannot. I think so, sire, for 3 reasons. Tell them to me, Kaikot, willingly. The first is that Cahors is a town of good produce, which Henri III will like to keep for himself. That is not very honest. It is very royal, sire. Ah, it is royal to take what you like. Yes, that is called taking the lion's share, and the lion is the king of animals. I shall remember your lesson, Kaikot. Now, your second reason. Madame Catherine. Oh, does my good mother still mix in politics? Always, and she would rather see her daughter at Paris than at Nerac, near her than near you. You think so? Yet she does not love her daughter to distraction. No, but Madame Marguerite serves you as a hostage, sire. You are cunning, Kaikot. Devil take me if I thought of that. But you may be right. A daughter of France would be a hostage in case of need. Well, the third. Between the Duc d'Anjou, who seeks to make a throne for himself in Flanders, between M.M. de Guise, who wished for a crown and shaped it of France, and His Majesty the King of Spain, who wishes for universal monarchy, you hold the balance and maintain a certain equilibrium. Aye, without weight. Just so, if you became powerful, that is to say, heavy, you would turn the scale and would be no longer a counterpoise, but a weight. Ah, I like that reason, and it is admirably argued. This is the explanation of my situation. Complete. And I, who did not see all this, and went on hoping. Well, sire, I counsel you to cease to hope. Then I must do for this debt what I do for those of my farmers who cannot pay their rent. I put a P against their names, which means paid. Just so. Put 2 P.S., sire, and give a sigh. So be it, Kaikot. You see I can live in Bern, even without Cahors. I see that, and also that you are a wise and philosophical king. But what is that noise? Noise? Way. In the courtyard, I think. Look out of the window. Sire, there are below a dozen of poorly clothed people. Ah, they are my Paul, said the king, rising. Your Majesty has Paul. Doubtless. Does not God recommend charity? If I am not a Catholic, Kaikot, I am a Christian. Bravo, sire. Come, Kaikot, we will give alms together, and then go to supper. Sire, I follow you. Take that purse lying on the table, near my sword, do you see? They went down, but Henri seemed thoughtful and preoccupied. Kaikot looked at him and thought, what the devil made me talk politics to this brave prince and make him sad? Fool that I was. Once in the court, Henri approached a group of mendicants. There were a dozen men in different costumes. Henri took the purse from the hands of Kaikot and made a sign, and then each man came forward and saluted Henri with an air of humility, which did not preclude a glance full of intelligence at the king. Henri replied by a motion of the head. Then, putting his fingers into the purse, which Kaikot held open, he took out a piece. Do you know that it is gold? Sire, said Kaikot. Yes, my friend, I know. Pest, you are rich. Do you not see that each of these pieces serves for 2? On the contrary, I am so poor that I am forced to cut my gold in 2. It is true, said Kaikot, with surprise. They are half pieces, with fantastic designs. Oh, I am like my brother Henri, who amuses himself in cutting out images. I amuse myself with clipping my ducats. Nevertheless, sire, it is an odd method of giving charity, said Kaikot, who divined some hidden mystery. What would you do? Instead of cutting the gold, I would give 1 piece between 2. They would fight, and I should do ham instead of good. Henry then took one of the pieces, and, placing himself before the first beggar, looked at him inquiringly. A jeune, said the man. How many? Asked Henri. 500. Cahors? And he gave him the piece and took a second. The man bowed and withdrew. The next advanced and said, Och! How many? 350. Kehos, and he gave him his piece. Narbonne, said the third. How many? 800. Kehos, and he gave him his piece. Montauban, said the fourth. How many? 600. Kehos. Each one in this way pronounced a name and a number, and received a piece of gold, and to each Henri replied, Kehos. This over, there were no pieces left in the purse. That is all, sire, said Kaikot. Yes, I have finished. Sire, am I permitted to be curious? Why not? Curiosity is natural. What did these beggars say, and what did you reply? Henri smiled. Indeed, continued Kaikot, all is mysterious here. Do you think so? Yes, I have never seen alms given in that way. It is the custom at Nerac. A singular one, sire. No, nothing is more simple. Each of those men came from a different city. Well, sire, well, that I may not always give to the same, they each tell me the name of their town, so that I can distribute my benefits equally among all the unfortunates in my kingdom. Yes, sire, but why did you answer Kehos? I, cried Henri, with a most natural air of surprise. Did I say Kehos? Yes, sire. You think so? I am sure of it. It must have been because we had been talking so much about it. I wish for it so much that I must have spoken of it without meaning to do so. Said Kaikot, suspiciously, and then there was something else. What? Something else. A number that each one pronounced, and which, added together, made more than 8,000. Ah, as to that, Kaikot, I did not understand it myself, unless, as the beggars are divided into corporations, they each named a number of members, which seems to me probable. Sire, come and sup, my friend. Nothing enlightens a mind like eating and drinking. Let us go to table, and you shall see that if my pistoles are cut, my bottles are full. Then, passing his arm familiarly through Chico's, the king went back to his room, where supper was served. Passing by the queen's room, he glanced at it and saw no light. Page, said he, is not Her Majesty at home? Her Majesty is gone to see Mademoiselle de Montmorency, who is ill. Ah, poor Phocius, said Henri. It is true, the queen has such a good heart. Come to supper, Kaikot. Chapter 50. The true mistress of the King of Navarre. The repast was joyous. Henri seemed no longer to have any weight either on his heart or his mind, and he was an excellent companion. As for Kaikot, he dissembled the uneasiness he had felt since the coming of the Spanish ambassador and the scene with the mendicants. He endeavored to drink little and keep cool, to observe everything. But this Henri would not allow. However, Kaikot had a head of iron, and as for Henri, he said he could drink these wines of the country like milk. I envy you, said Kaikot to the king. Your court is delightful, and your life pleasant. If my wife were here, Kaikot, I would not say what I am about to say, but in her absence I will tell you that the best part of my life is that which you do not see. Ah, sire, they tell, indeed, fine tales of you. Henri leaned back in his chair to laugh. They say I reign more over my female than my male subjects, do they not? Said he. Yes, sire, and it astonishes me. Why so? Because, sire, you have much of that restless spirit which makes great kings. Ah, Kaikot, you are wrong. I am lazy, and the proof of it is in my life. If I have a love to choose, I take the nearest. If a wine, the bottle close to my hand. To your health, Kaikot. Sire, you do me honor, said Kaikot, emptying his glass. Thus, continued the king, what quarrels in my household? Yes, I understand. All the ladies in waiting adore you, sire. They are my neighbors, Kaikot. Then, sire, it might result from this, that if you lived at St. Denis instead of Nerac, the king might not live very tranquilly. The king, What do you say? Kaikot? Do you think I am a guise? I wish for Kehos. It is true, because it is near to me. Ventre de biche. Sire, this ambition for things within the reach of your hand resembles much that of Caesar Borgia, who gathered together a kingdom, city by city, saying that Italy was an artichoke to be eaten leaf by leaf. This Caesar Borgia was not a bad politician. It seems to me, compere. No, but he was a very dangerous neighbor and a bad brother. Ah, would you compare me to the son of a pope, I, a Huguenot chief? Sire, I compare you to no one. Why not? I believe you would be wrong who should liken you to any other than yourself. You are ambitious. Sire, here is a man determined to make me want something, cried Henri. God forbid. Sire, I desire with all my heart, on the contrary, that your majesty should want nothing. Nothing calls you back to Paris, does it, Kaikot? No, sire. Then you will pass some days with me. If your majesty does me the honor to wish for my company, I ask no better than to give you a week. So be it. In a week you will know me like a brother. Drink, Kaikot. Sire, I am no longer thirsty, said Kaikot, who had given up all hopes of seeing the king take too much. Then I will leave you. A man should not stay at table when he does nothing. Drink, I tell you. Why, sire? To sleep better. Do you like the chase? Kaikot? Not much, sire. And you? Passionately, since I lived at the court of Charles IX. Why did your majesty do me the honor to ask me? Because I hunt tomorrow and thought to take you with me. Sire, it would be a great honor, but... Oh, this chase will rejoice all eyes. Besides, I am a good hunter, and I wish you to see me to advantage. Sire, I am at your orders. Good. Then it is settled. Ah, here is a page to disturb us. Some important business. Sire, business at table. You think you are still at the court of France, my dear Kaikot. Learn one thing. At Nerac, when we have supped, we go to bed. But this page? Well, cannot he come for anything but business? Ah, I understand, and I will go to bed. Kaikot rose. The king did the same, and took his arm. This haste to send him away appeared suspicious to Kaikot, and he determined not to leave the room if he could help it. Oh, said he, tottering, it is astonishing, sire. The king smiled. What is astonishing? Ventre de biche. My head tones. While I sat still, it was all very well, but when I rise. Bow, said Henri, we only tasted the wine. You call that tasting? Sire, you are a drinker, and I do you homage, as to my superior. Kaikot, my friend, said Henri, endeavoring to make out by one of his keen glances if Kaikot were really drunk or pretending. The best thing you can do is to go to bed. Yes, sire, good night. Good evening, Kaikot. Yes, sire, you are right. The best thing Kaikot can do is to go to bed. And he lay down on the floor. Henri glanced toward the door, and then, approaching him, said, You are so drunk, my poor Kaikot, that you have taken my floor for your bed. Kaikot does not mind little things. But I expect someone. For supper, yes, let us up. And Kaikot made a fruitless effort to rise. Ventre Saint Gris, how quickly you get drunk. But go along, Mordieu. She is getting impatient. She, who? The lady I expect. A lady? Why did you not say? Henrique? Ah, pardon. I thought I was speaking to the King of France. He has spoiled me, that good Henrique. Ah, I will go. You are a gentleman, Kaikot. Now go quickly. Adieu, sire, a good night to you. Adieu, and sleep well. You will find the page in the gallery, who will show you your room. Kaikot went out, but, after taking a few steps, returned just in time to see Henri let in, not a woman, but a man. Kaikot put his eye to the large keyhole. The man took off his hat, and Kaikot saw the noble but severe face of Duplessis Monet, the rigid and vigilant counsel of Henri of Navarre. "Aye," thought Kaikot, "this will annoy our lover more than I did." But Henri's face showed only joy, and after locking the door, he sat down eagerly to examine some maps, plans, and letters, which his minister had brought him. The king then began to write and to mark the maps. "Oh, this is the way Henri of Navarre makes love," thought Kaikot. At this moment he heard steps behind him, and fearful of being surprised, he turned hastily away, and, seeing the page, asked for his room. "Come with me, if you please, monsieur," said D'Aubiac, "and I will conduct you." Kaikot began to understand the King of Navarre. Therefore, instead of going to sleep, he sat sombre and thoughtful on his bed, while the moon shed its silver light over stream and meadows. Henri is a real king, and he conspires, thought Kaikot. All this palace, pack, town, the whole province, is a focus of conspiracy. All the women make love, but it is political love, and all the men live in the hope of a future. Henri is clever, his talent borders on genius, and he is in communication with Spain, the land of deceit. Who knows if even his noble answer to the ambassador was not a farce, and if he did not warn the ambassador of it by some sign unknown to me? Henri has spies. Those beggars were nothing more nor less than gentlemen in disguise. Those pieces of gold, so artistically cut, were pledges of recognition, rallying signs. Henri feigns a care for nothing but love and pleasure, and then passes his time working with Monet, who never seems to sleep and does not know what love means. Queen Marguerite has lovers, and the king knows it, and tolerates them, because he has need of them, or of her, perhaps of both. Happily, God, in giving him the genius for intrigue, did not add to it that of war, for they say he is afraid of the noise of musketry, and that when he was taken, when quite young, to battle, he could not stay more than a quarter of an hour in the saddle. It is lucky, for if he had the arm as well as the head, this man might do anything. There is certainly the Duc de Guise, who has both, but he has the disadvantage of being known as brave and skillful, so that everyone is on their guard against him, while no one fears a bayonet. I alone have seen through him. Well, having seen through him, I have no more to do here. So while he works or sleeps, I will go quietly out of the city. There are not many ambassadors, I think, who can boast of having fulfilled their mission in one day, as I have. So I will leave Nerac, and gallop till I am in France. And he began to put on his spurs. Chapter 51. Chicot's astonishment at finding himself so popular in Nerac. Kaikot, having taken his resolution, began to prepare his little packet. "How much time will it take me," thought he, as he did so, "to carry to the king the news of what I have seen and fear? 2 days to arrive at a city whence the governor can send couriers, Cahors, for example, of which Henri of Navarre thinks so much. Once there, I can rest, for after all a man must rest some time. Come, then, Kaikot, speed and sang-froid. You thought you had accomplished your mission, and you are but halfway through it." Kaikot now extinguished the light, opened his door softly, and began to creep downstairs on tiptoe. He went into an antechamber, but he had hardly gone 4 steps before he kicked against something. This something was D'Aubiac lying on a mat. "Ah, good evening, M. D'Aubiac," said Kaikot, "but get out of the way a little, I beg. I want to go for a walk." "Ah, but it is forbidden to walk by night near this castle." "Why so?" "Because the king fears robbers, and the queen lovers." "Diable! None but robbers or lovers want to walk at night, when they ought to be sleeping." "However, dear M. D'Aubiac," said Kaikot, with his most charming smile, "I am neither the one nor the other, but an ambassador, very tired from having talked Latin with the queen and supped with the king. Let me go out then, my friend, for I want to walk." "In the city, M. Kaikot?" "Oh no, in the gardens." "Pass. That is still more forbidden than in the city." "My little friend, you are very vigilant for your age. Have you nothing to occupy yourself with?" "No. You neither gamble nor fall in love." "To gamble one must have money, M. Kaikot, and to be in love, one must find a lady. Assuredly, said Kaikot, and feeling in his pocket he drew out 10 pistoles and slipped them into the page's hand, saying, "Seek well in your memory, and I bet you will find some charming woman, to whom I beg you to make some presents with this." "Oh, M. Kaikot," said the page, "it is easy to see that you come from the court of France. You have manners to which one can refuse nothing. Go then, but make no noise." Kaikot went on, glided like a shadow into the corridor and down the staircase, but at the bottom he found an officer sleeping on a chair, placed right against the door, so that it was impossible to pass. "Ah, little wretch of a page," murmured Kaikot, "you knew this." Kaikot looked round him to see if he could find no other way by which he could escape with the assistance of his long legs. At last he saw what he wanted. It was an arched window, of which the glass was broken. Kaikot climbed up the wall with his accustomed skill, and without making more noise than a dry leaf in the autumn wind. But unluckily, the opening was not big enough, so when he had got his head and one shoulder through, and had taken away his foot from its resting place on the wall, he found himself hanging between heaven and earth without being able either to advance or retreat. He began then a series of efforts, of which the first result was to tear his doublet and scratch his skin. What rendered his position more difficult was his sword, of which the handle would not pass, making a hook by which Kaikot hung on to the sash. He exerted all his strength, patience, and industry to unfasten the clasp of his shoulder belt. But it was just on this clasp that his body leaned. Therefore he was obliged to change his maneuver, and at last he succeeded in drawing his sword from its sheath and pushing it through one of the interstices. The sword therefore fell first on the flagstones, and Kaikot now managed to get through after it. All this, however, was not done without noise. Therefore Kaikot, on rising, found himself face to face with a soldier. "Ah, mon Dieu, have you hurt yourself, M. Kaikot?" said he. Kaikot was surprised, but said, "No, my friend, not at all." "That is very lucky. There are not many people who could do such a thing. But how the devil did you know my name?" "I saw you today at the palace, and asked who was a gentleman that was talking with the king." "Well, I am in a hurry. Allow me to pass." "But no one goes out of the palace by night. Those are my orders." "But you see they do come out, since I am here." "Yes, but..." "But what?" "You must go back, M. Kaikot." "Oh, no." "How?" "No. Not by that way. At all events, it is too troublesome. If I were an officer instead of a soldier, I would ask you why you come out so, but that is not my business, which is only that you should go back again. Go in, therefore, M. Kaikot, I beg you." And the soldier said this in such a persuasive tone that Kaikot was touched. Consequently, he put his hand in his pocket and drew out another 10 pistoles. "You must understand, my friend," said he, "that as I have torn my clothes in passing through once, I should make them still worse by going back again, and should have to go naked, which would be very indecent in a court where there are so many young and pretty women. Let me go then to my tailor." And he put the money in his hand. "Go quickly then, M. Kaikot," said the man. Kaikot was in the street at last. The night was not favorable for flight, being bright and cloudless, and he regretted the foggy nights of Paris, where people might pass close to each other unseen. The unfortunate fugitive had no sooner turned the corner of the street than he met a patrol. He stopped of himself, thinking it would look suspicious to try and pass unseen. "Oh, good evening, M. Kaikot," said the chief. "Shall we reconduct you to the palace? You seem as though you had lost your way." "It is very strange," murmured Kaikot. "Every one knows me here." Then aloud, and as carelessly as he could, "No, Cornet, I am not going to the palace." "You are wrong, M. Kaikot," replied the officer, gravely. "Why so, monsieur?" "Because a very severe edict forbids the inhabitants of Nerac to go out at night without permission and without a lantern." "Excuse me, monsieur, but this edict cannot apply to me, who do not belong to Nerac." "But you are at Nerac. Inhabitant means living it. Now you cannot deny that you live at Nerac, since I see you here." "You are logical, monsieur, Unluckily, I am in a hurry. Make an exception to your rule and let me pass. I beg. You will lose yourself. Kaikot. Nerak is a strange town. Allow 3 of my men to conduct you to the palace. But I am not going there, I tell you. Where are you going? Then I cannot sleep well at night, and then I always walk. Nerak is a charming city, and I wish to see it. My men shall conduct you where you please. Oh, monsieur, I would rather go alone. You will be assassinated. I have my sword. Ah, true. Then you will be arrested for bearing arms. Kaikot, driven to despair, drew the officer aside and said, Come, monsieur, you are young. You know what love is, an imperious tyrant. Doubtless, Kaikot. Well, cornet, I have a certain lady to visit. Way, in a certain place. Young, 23 years old. Beautiful, as the graces. I felicitate you, Kaikot. Then you will let me pass. It seems I must. And alone, I cannot compromise. Of course not. Pass on, Kaikot. You are a gallant man, cornet. But how did you know me? I saw you at the palace with the king. Apropos, which way are you going? Toward the port of Agen. Am I not in the right road? Yes, go straight on. I wish you success. Thank you. And Kaikot went on. But before he had taken 100 steps, he met the watch. Past. This town is well guarded, thought Kaikot. You cannot pass, cried the provost, in a voice of thunder. But, monsieur, I want. Ah, Kaikot, is it you? In the streets in this cold? Asked the officer. Ah, decidedly. It must be a bet, thought Kaikot, and, bowing, he tried to pass on. Kaikot, take care, said the provost. Take care of what? You are going wrong. You are going toward the gates. Just so. Then I arrest you. Not so, monsieur, you will be very wrong. However, approach, monsieur, that your soldiers may not hear. The man approached. The king has given me a commission for the lieutenant of the port of Agen. Ah, that astonishes you. Yes, it ought not, since you know me. I know you from having seen you at the palace with the king. Kaikot stamped his foot impatiently. That should prove to you that I possess the king's confidence. Doubtless. Go on, Kaikot, and execute your commission. Come, thought Kaikot, I advance slowly, but I do advance. Ventre de biche. Here is a gate. It must be that of Agen. In 5 minutes I shall be out. He arrived at the gate, which was guarded by a sentinel walking up and down, his musket on his shoulder. My friend, will you open the gate for me? Said Kaikot. I cannot, Kaikot, replied the man, being only a private soldier. You also know me, cried Kaikot in a rage. I have that honor. I was on guard at the palace this morning, and saw you talking with the king. Well, my friend, the king has given me a very urgent message to convey to Agen. Open the postern for me. I would with pleasure, but I have not the keys. And who has them? The officer for the night. Kaikot sighed. And where's he? The soldier rang a bell to wake his officer. What is it? Said he, passing his head through a window. Lieutenant, it is a gentleman who wants the gate opened. Ah, Kaikot, cried the officer. I will be down in a moment. What? Does everyone know me? Cried Kaikot. Nerak seems a lantern, and I the candle. Excuse me, monsieur, said the officer, approaching, but I was asleep. Oh, monsieur, that is what night is made for. Will you be good enough to open the door? Unluckily, I cannot sleep, for the king, whom you doubtless also saw me talking to. Yes, I did, monsieur. Of course, growled Kaikot. Well, The king has sent me on a commission to his yawn. This is the right gate, is it not? Yes, M. Kaikut. Will you please to have it opened? Of course. Anthenas, open the gate quickly for M. Kaikut. Kaikut began to breathe. The door creaked on its hinges and opened, and Kaikut saw liberty through it. Adieu, monsieur, said he, advancing. Adieu, M. Kaikut, a pleasant journey dot. But stay, one moment. I have forgotten to ask for your pass, cried he, seizing Kaikut by the sleeve to stop him. How? My pass. Certainly, M. Kaikut. You know what a pass is? You understand that no one can leave a town like Nerak without a pass, particularly when the king is in it. And who must sign this pass? The king himself. So if he sent you, he cannot have forgotten to give you a pass. Ah, you doubt that the king sent me, cried Kaikut, with flashing eyes, for he saw himself on the point of failing, and had a great mind to kill the officer and sentinel, and rush through the gate. I doubt nothing you tell me, but reflect that if the king gave you this commission, in person, monsieur, all the more reason, then, if he knows you are going out, I shall have to give up your pass tomorrow morning to the governor. And who is he? M. de Mornay, who does not jest with disobedience, M. Kaikut. Kaikut put his hand to his sword, but another look showed him that the outside of the gate was defended by a guard who would have prevented his passing if he had killed the officer and sentinel. Well, said Kaikut to himself with a sigh, I have lost my game, and he turned back. Shall I give you an escort, M. Kaikut? Said the officer. No, thank you. Kaikut retraced his steps, but he was not at the end of his griefs. He met the chief of the watch, who said, What? Have you finished your commission already, M. Kaikut? Pass! How quick you are! A little further on the cornet cried to him, Well, M. Kaikut, what of the lady? Are you content with Nerak? Finally, the soldier in the courtyard said, Cordieu, M. Kaikut, the tailor has not done his work well. You seem more torn than when you went out. Kaikut did not feel inclined to climb back through the window, but by chance, or rather by charity, the door was opened, and he returned into the palace. He saw the page, who said, Dear M. Kaikut, shall I give you the key to all this? Yes, serpent, murmured Kaikut. Well, the king loves you so much, he did not wish to lose you. And you knew, and never told me. Oh, M. Kaikut, impossible. It was a state secret. But I paid you, knave. Oh, de M. Kaikut, the secret was worth more than 10 pistoles. Kaikut returned to his room in a rage. Chapter 52. How they hunted the wolf in Navarre. When Marguerite left the king, she went at once to the apartments of the maids of honor and performed her promise with regard to Fosseuse. When she returned, the king thanked her warmly and then went up to Chicot's room, where he found him still asleep. Henri shook him to wake him. Come, compere, said he, get up, it is 2 a.m. Ah, you make me a prisoner, cried Kaikut. I, an ambassador. Sire, you violate the rights of nations. Henri began to laugh, and Kaikut could not help joining him. You are mad, said Henri. Why the devil did you want to go away from here? Have you not been well treated? Too well, ventre de biche. Too well. It seems to me as if I were like a goose being fattened. Everyone says to me, Pretty little Kaikut, how gentle he is. But they clip my wings and shut the doors on me. Oh, reassure yourself, Kaikut, you are not fat enough for my table. Sire, you seem very gay this morning. What is it? I am always gay when I am setting off for the chase. Come, out of bed, compere. You want me, sire? Yes, you shall be my historian. To count the shots. Just so. Kaikut dressed murmuringly, while the king remained in the antechamber. My horse, cried Henri, and tell M. de Mornay that I am ready. What? Is M. de Mornay chief huntsman? Asked Kaikut. M. de Mornay is everything here, replied Henri. I am so poor that I can afford but one man. Yes, but he is a good one. Caillecourt found the preparations much less sumptuous than those of Henri III. A dozen or 15 gentlemen only, among whom he recognized the Vicomte de Turin, formed the whole suite. And as they were none of them rich, they all wore, instead of the usual hunting dress, their helmets and cuirasses, which made Caillecourt ask if the wolves in Gascony used muskets and artillery. No, said Henri, but they are fierce beasts who have claws and teeth, and draw hunters into places where they are likely to tear their clothes on the thorns, if they wear silk and velvet, or even cloth and buff, but not if they wear cuirasses. That is a reason, but not a good one, sire. What would you have? I have no other. Then I must be content with this. You had better. So be it. You are angry at being disturbed for this chase. My foi, yes. So you find fault. Is it forbidden? Oh, no. You understand, sire, I am no hunter, and have nothing to do, so I must amuse myself, while you are thinking of all the wolves that a dozen men are going to kill. Ah, yes, laugh away, Caillecourt. First it was the clothes, now the number of wolves. Oh, sire, but I must say you are not indulgent, for Bern is not as large as France. So the king goes there with 200 huntsmen, I with a dozen, as you see. Yes, sire. But, said Henri, sometimes a country gentleman, hearing I am going, quit their chateaux and join me, which sometimes makes up a good escort for me. When they had ridden about half an hour, Look, said Henri to Caillecourt, are not those cavaliers that I see there? Caillecourt looked and said, Yes, sire, cavaliers, but not huntsmen. Why not? Because they are armed like Amadis or Rolando, replied Caillecourt. Ah, what matters the dress, my dear Caillecourt? You see we are not particular as to that. But I see at least 200 men there. Ah, that is a good number. Caillecourt began to feel very curious. He had really named too low a number, for the group before them consisted of 200 men, who came silently and joined their party. Each man was well armed and mounted, and they were led by a gentleman who came and kissed Henri's hand with much devotion. They passed the river Juz, and then came on a second troop of 100 men. The chief approached, and seemed to be making excuses for not bringing more men. Henri gave him his hand. They went on till they came to the Garonne. This they also passed, and about half a league on the other side, 300 cavaliers, hidden in a pine forest, suddenly came in sight. Oh, Monseigneur, said Caillecourt, are not these enemies who have heard of your chase, and wish to oppose it? No, my son, you are wrong. They are friends from Posmirol. Mordieu, sire, you will have more men in your escort than trees in your forest. Caillecourt, I really believe the news of your arrival must have spread through the country, and all these people have come to welcome the ambassador from France. Caillecourt saw he was being laughed at, and felt rather offended. The day finished at Monsoreau, where the gentlemen of the country gave a grand supper to the king, of which Caillecourt took his part enthusiastically, as it had not been deemed necessary to stop on the road for anything so unimportant as dinner, and he had eaten nothing since he had left Nerac. Henri had the best house in the town. Half the troop slept within doors, the other half in the street where the king was. When are we to begin the hunt? Asked Caillecourt of Henri as he was undressing. We are not yet in the territory of the wolves, my dear Caillecourt. And when shall we be? Curious. Not so, sire, but you understand, one likes to know where one is going. You will know tomorrow. Meanwhile, lie down there on those cushions on my left. Here's Monet snoring already at my right. Peste, said Caillecourt. He makes more noise asleep than awake. It is true he is not very talkative, but see him at the chase. Day had partly appeared when a great noise of horses awoke Caillecourt. They dressed, drank some spice wine, and took other refreshment, and then Henri cried, To horse! Gentlemen, we have a long day's work before us. Caillecourt saw with astonishment that 500 cavaliers had swelled the train during the night. Sire, cried he, you have an army. Wait, replied Henri. At Lauzet, 600 more men came and ranged themselves behind the cavaliers. Foot soldiers, cried Caillecourt. Nothing but beaters, said the king. Caillecourt frowned and spoke no more. 20 times his eyes turned toward the country, and the idea of flight presented itself to him. But Caillecourt had his guard of honor, doubtless as ambassador of the King of France, and so well was he recommended to this guard that he could not make a movement that was not repeated by 10 men. This annoyed him, and he said so to the king. Diable, said Henri, it is your own fault. You tried to run away from Nerac, and I'm afraid you will try it again. Sire, if I give my word as a gentleman not to do so. That will do. Besides, I should be wrong to do so. How so? Yes, for if I stay, I believe I shall see curious things. I am of your opinion, my dear Caillecourt. At this moment they were going through the town of Montcuq, and 4 field pieces took their place in the army. I return to my first idea, said Caillecourt, that the wolves in this country are different from others, and are differently treated, with artillery, for instance. Ah, said Henri, it is a mania of the people of Montcuq. Since I gave them these 4 pieces, they take them about everywhere. Well, sire, shall we arrive today? No, tomorrow. Tomorrow morning or evening? Morning. Then, said Caillecourt, it is at Cahors we are to hunt, is it not, sire? On that side, replied Henri. But, sire, you have infantry, cavalry, and artillery to hunt wolves with, should also have taken the royal standard, and then the honor to the wolves would have been complete. We have not forgotten it. Caillecourt, Venter Saint Gris. Only it is left in the case for fear of dirtying it. But if you wish to see it, and know under whose banner you march, you shall see it. No, no, it is useless. Leave it where it is. Well, be easy. You will see it before long. They passed the second night at Cadiz. Troops kept arriving all night. It is lucky we are not going on to Paris, said Caillecourt. We should arrive with 100,000 men. The next morning, by 8 o'clock, they were before Cahors, with 1,000 foot soldiers and 2,000 horse. They found the city in a state of defense, M. de Vezin having heard rumors of the advance. Ah, said the king, he is warned. That is very annoying. We must lay siege in due form. Sire, said Monet, we expect still about 2,000 men, and that is enough. Let us assemble the council and begin the trenches. Caillecourt listened to all this in amazement. The pensive air of Henri alone reassured him, for it confirmed his suspicions that he was no warrior. He let everyone speak, and said nothing. All at once he raised his head, and said in a commanding tone, Gentlemen, this is what we must do. We have 3,000 men, and you say you expect 2,000 more, Monet? Yes, sire. That will make 5,000. In a regular siege, we should lose 1,000 or 1,500 men in 2 months. Their death would discourage the others, and we should lose 1,000 more in retreating. Let us sacrifice 500 men at once, and take Cahors by assault. What do you mean, sire? Asked Monet. My dear friend, we will go straight to the nearest gate. We shall find a fosse in our way, which we will cover with fascines. We may leave 200 men on the road, but we shall reach the gate. After, sire, then we will break it down with petards and go in. It will not be difficult. Caillecourt looked at Henri, astonished. Oh, growled he, perhaps he is a coward and a boaster. Let us not lose time, gentlemen, cried Henri. Forward, and let all who love me follow. Caillecourt approached Monet. Well, M. le Comte, said he, do you all want to be cut to pieces? Oh, we take our chance. But the king will get killed. Bow! He has a good cuirass. But he will not be foolish enough to fight himself, I suppose. Monet shrugged his shoulders and turned on his heel. After all, I like him better asleep than awake. He is more polite snoring than speaking, said Caillecourt. Chapter 53. How Henri of Navarre behaved in battle. The little army advanced near the town. Then they breakfasted. The repast over, 2 hours were given for the officers and men to rest. Henri was very pale, and his hands trembled visibly, when at 3 o'clock in the afternoon the officers appeared under his tent. "Gentlemen," said he, "we are here to take Cahors, therefore we must take it, by force. Do you understand? M. de Biron, who has sworn to hang every Huguenot, is only 45 leagues from here, and doubtless a messenger is already dispatched to him by M. de Vezin. In 4 or 5 days he will be on us, and as he has 10,000 men with him, we should be taken between the city and him. Let us, then, take Cahors before he comes, that we may receive him well. Come, gentlemen, I will put myself at your head, and let the blows fall as thick as hail." The men replied to the speech by enthusiastic cries. "Well said," said Caillecut to himself. It was lucky he had not to speak with his hands, though, or he would have stammered finely. "Let us see him at the work." As they were setting off, the king said to Caillecut, "Pardon me, friend Caillecut, I deceived you by talking of wolves, hunting, and such things, but you see Henri will not pay me his sister's dowry, and Margot cries out for her dear Cahors. One must do what one's wife wants, for peace sake. Therefore I am going to try and take Cahors. Why did she not ask you for the moon, sire, as you were such a complaisant husband? I would have tried for it. Caillecut, I love my dear Margot so much. You will have quite enough to do with Cahors, and we shall see how you will get out of it. Ah, yes, the moment is critical and very disagreeable. Ah, I am not brave, and my nature revolts at every cannonade. Caillecut, my friend, do not laugh too much at the poor Benet, your compatriot and friend. If I am afraid and you find it out, tell no one. If you are afraid, yes. Are you, then, afraid of being afraid? I am. But then, ventre de biche, why the devil do you undertake such a thing? I must. M. de Vezin is a terrible person. I know it well. Who gives quarter to no one. You think so, Caillecut? I am sure of it. Red plume or white, he will not care, but cry, fire. You say that for my white feather, Caillecut. Yes, sire, and as you are the only one who wears that color. Well, I would take it off, but I put it on that I might be recognized. Then you will keep it. Yes, decidedly. And Henri trembled again as he said it. Come, sire, said Caillecut, who did not understand this difference between words and gestures. There is still time. Do not commit a folly. You cannot mount on horseback in that state. Am I, then, very pale, Caillecut? As pale as death, sire. Good. How good? At this moment the noise of cannon and a furious fire of musketry was heard. It was M. de Vezin's reply to the summons to surrender given by Mornay. Hem, said Caillecut. What do you think of this music, sire? It makes me cold in the marrow of my bones, replied Henri. Here, my horse, cried he. Caillecut looked and listened, unable to understand him. Henry mounted, and then said, Come, Caillecut, get on horseback too. You are not a warrior either, are you? No, sire. Well, come, we will be afraid together. Come and see, my friend. A good horse here, for I am Caillecut. Henri set off at full gallop, and Caillecut followed him. On arriving in front of his little army, Henri raised his visor and cried, Out with the banner! Out with the new banner! They drew forth the banner, which had the double scutcheon of Navarre and Bourbon. It was white, and had chains of gold on one side, and fleur-de-lis on the other. Again the cannon from Cahors were fired, and the balls tore through a file of infantry near the king. Ventre Saint Gris. Did you see? Caillecut, said the king, whose teeth chattered. He will be ill, thought Caillecut. Cursed body, murmured Henri. I? You fear, you tremble. Wait till you have something to tremble for. And striking his spurs into his horse, he rushed onward before cavalry, infantry, and artillery, and arrived at 100 feet from the place, red with the fire of the batteries which thundered from above. He kept his horse immovable for 10 minutes, his face turned toward the gate of the city, and crying, "The fair scenes, Venter Saint Gris, the fair scenes." Mornay had followed him, sword in hand, and then came Caicot, behind him the young Huguenot gentleman, crying, "Vive Navarre!" and each with a fascine, which he threw in, and the fosse was soon filled. Then came the artillery, and with a loss of 30 men succeeded in placing their petards under the gate. The shot whistled like a whirlwind of iron round Henri's head, and 20 men fell in an instant before his eyes. "Forward!" cried he, and rushed on through the midst of the fire, and arrived just as the soldiers had fired the first petard. The gate was broken in 2 places. The second petard was lighted, and a new opening was made in the wood. But 20 arquebuses immediately passed through, vomiting balls on the soldiers and officers, and the men fell like mowed grouse. "Sire," cried Caicot, "in heaven's name retire." Mornay said nothing. He was proud of his pupil, but from time to time he tried to place himself before him. Once Henri felt the damp on his brow, and a cloud pass over his eyes. "Ah, cursed nature!" cried he, "you shall not conquer me." Then, jumping off his horse, "An axe!" cried he, and with a vigorous arm he struck down wood and iron. At last a beam gave way, and a part of the gate and a portion of the wall fell, and 100 men rushed to the breach, crying, "Navarre! Navarre! Cahors is ours!" Caicot had not quitted the king. He was with him under the gate when he entered, one of the first, but at each discharge he saw him shudder and lower his head. "Venter Saint Gris! Did you ever see such a coward?" "Caicot," said he. "No, sire, I have never seen a coward like you." The soldiers of M. de Vezin now tried to dislodge Henri and his advance guards, who received them sword in hand. But the besieged were the strongest, and succeeded in forcing Henri and his troops back beyond the fosse. "Venter Saint Gris!" cried the king. "I believe my flag retreats. I must carry it myself." And snatching it from the hands of those who held it, he was the first to rush forward again, half enveloped in its folds. The balls whistled round him, and pierced the flag with a hollow sound. A long hand-to-hand fight ensued, above all the uproar of which M. de Vezin's voice was heard crying, "Barricade the streets! Let trenches be dug, and the houses garrisoned." "Oh," cried M. de Turin, "the siege of the city is over, Vezin." And as he spoke, he fired at him and wounded him in the arm. "You are wrong, Turin," cried M. de Vezin. "There are 20 sieges in Cahors, so if one is over, there are 19 to come." M. de Vezin defended himself during 5 days and nights from street to street and from house to house. Luckily for the rising fortunes of Henri of Navarre, he had counted too much on the walls and garrison of Cahors, and had neglected to send to M. de Biron. During these 5 days and nights, Henri commanded like a captain and fought like a soldier, slept with his head on a stone, and awoke sword in hand. Each day they conquered a street or a square, which each night the garrison tried to retake. On the 4th night, the enemy seemed willing to give some rest to the Protestant army. Then it was Henri who attacked in his turn. He forced an entrenched position, but it cost him 700 men. M. de Turin and nearly all the officers were wounded, but the king remained untouched. To the fear that he had felt at first, and which he had so heroically vanquished, succeeded a feverish restlessness, a rash audacity. All the fastenings of his armor were broken, as much by his own efforts as by the blows of the enemy. He struck so vigorously that he always killed his man. When this last post was forced, the king entered into the enclosure, followed by the eternal Caicot, who, silent and sad, had for 5 days seen growing at his sides a phantom of a monarchy destined to destroy that of the Valois. "Well, Caicot, of what are you thinking?" said Henri to him. "Sire, that you are a real king." "And I, sire, that you are too imprudent," said Mornay, "to put up your visor when they are firing at you from all sides." As he spoke, a dozen arquebuses were fired at them. One ball struck off a plume from Henri's helmet. His horse was killed by another, and Mornay's had his leg broken. The king fell, and they might have finished his career. But Caicot, whirling his sword round to keep off the nearest, helped Henri up and gave him his own horse, saying, "Sire, you will testify to the King of France that, if I drew the sword against him, I killed no one." "Venter Saint Grace, you must be mine, Caicot," cried Henri. "You shall live and die with me." "Sire, I have but one service to follow, that of my king. His star diminishes, but I shall be faithful to his adverse fortunes. Let me serve and love him as long as I live. Sire, I shall soon be alone with him. Do not envy him his last servant. Caicot, you will be always dear to me, and, after Henri of France, you will have Henri of Navarre for a friend." "Yes, sire," said Caicot Simple, kissing his hand. The siege was soon over after this. M. de Vezin was taken, and the garrison surrendered. Then Henri dictated to Monet a letter, which Caicot was to carry to the King of France. It was written in bad Latin, and finished with these words: "Quod me dixiste prophet multum, cognosco meos devotos, nosce tuos, chicotus quitur expedit," which means, "What you told me was very useful. I know my faithful followers. Know yours. Caicot will tell you the rest." "And now, friend Caicot," said Henri, "embrace me, but take care not to soil yourself, for, mordieu, I am as bloody as a butcher. Take my ring, and adieu, Caicot, I keep you no longer. Gallop to France, and tell all you have seen." Chapter 54. What was passing at the Louvre about the time Caicot entered Nerac. The necessity of following Caicot to the end of his mission has kept us a long time away from the Louvre. The king, after having passed so bravely through his adventurous return from Vincennes, experienced that retrospective emotion which sometimes is felt by the bravest heart after the danger is over. He entered the Louvre without saying anything, made his prayers longer than usual, forgetting to thank the officers and guards who had served him so well. Then he went to bed, astonishing his valets by the rapidity of his toilet, and Depernon, who remained in his room to the last, expecting thanks at least, went away in a very bad humor. At 2 o'clock everyone slept in the Louvre. The next day, Henri took 4 bouillons in bed instead of 2, and then sent for MM de Villegui and Dio to come to his room to speak about a new financial edict. The queen received the order to dine alone, but it was added that in the evening the king would receive. All day played with love, saying, every time that the animal showed his white teeth, "I, rebel, you want to bite me also, you attack your king also, but you are conquered, love, conquered, wretched Liga, conquered." His secretaries of state were somewhat astonished at all this, particularly as he said nothing else, and signed everything without looking at it. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon he asked for Depernon. They replied that he was reviewing the light-holes. Then he inquired for de Loignac, but he also was absent. He asked for lunch, and, while he ate, had an edifying discourse read to him, which he interrupted by saying to the reader, "Was it not Plutarch who wrote the life of Sylla?" "Yes, sire," said the reader, much astonished at being interrupted in his pious reading by this profane question. "Do you remember that passage where the historian recounts how the dictator avoided death?" The reader hesitated. "Not precisely. Sire, it is a long time since I read Plutarch." At this moment, the Cardinal de Jose was announced. "Ah, here is a learned man. He will tell me at once," cried the king. "Sire," said the cardinal, "am I lucky enough to arrive apropos? It is a rare thing in this world." "Ma voi. Yes, you heard my question. Your Majesty asked, I think, in what manner and when Sylla narrowly escaped death. Just so. Can you answer me, Cardinal? Nothing more easy, sire. So much the better. Sylla, who had killed so many men, never risked his life but in combats. Did your Majesty mean in one of those?" "Yes, in one in which I think I recollect he was very near death." "Open a Plutarch, Cardinal. There should be one there translated by Amyot, and read me the passage where he escaped the javelins of his enemies, thanks to the swiftness of his white horse." "Sire, there is no need of opening Plutarch. The event took place in the combat with Telescrius the Samnite and Lamponius the Lucanian." "You are so learned, my dear Cardinal." Your Majesty is too good. Now explain to me how this Roman lion, who was so cruel, was never annoyed by his enemies. Sire, I will reply to your Majesty in the words of this same Plutarch. Go on, Jos. Carbon, the enemy of Scylla, said often, I have to fight at once a lion and a fox who inhabit the soul of Scylla, but it is the fox who gives me most trouble. Ah, it was the fox. Plutarch says so, sire. And he is right, Cardinal. But apropos of combats, have you any news of your brother? Of which brother? Sire, I have two. Of the Duc d'Arcs, my friend. Not yet, sire. If M. D'Anjou, who always plays the fox, will only play the lion a little for once. The cardinal did not reply, so Henri, signing to him to remain, dressed himself sumptuously and passed into the room where the court waited for him. He entered, looking full of good humor, kissed the hands of his wife and mother, paid all sorts of compliments to the ladies, and even offered them sweetmeats. We will inquire about your health, my son, said Catherine. You were wrong. Madam, I have never been better. And to what happy influence do you owe this amelioration, my son? To having laughed much, madam. Every one looked astonished. Laughed? You can laugh much, my son. Then you are very happy. It is true, madam. And about what were you so much amused? I must tell you, mother, that yesterday I went to Vincennes. I knew it. Oh, you knew it. Well, my people told me, before my return, of an enemy's army whose muskets shone on the road. An enemy's army on the road to Vincennes. Yes, mother. And where? In front of the Jacobins, near the house of our good cousin. Near Madame de Montpensier's. Precisely so, near Bel-Esbat. I approached, bravely to give battle, and I perceived. What, sire? Cried the queen, in alarm. Reassure yourself, madam. I perceive an entire priory of good monks, who presented arms to me with acclamations. Every one laughed, and the king continued, Yes, you are right to laugh. I have in France more than 10,000 monks, of whom I can make, if necessary, 10,000 musketeers. Then I will create a Grand Master of the Tonsured Musketeers, and give the place to you, Cardinal. Sire, I accept. The ladies now, according to etiquette, rose and, bowing to the king, retired. The queen followed with the ladies of honor. The queen mother remained. The king's gaiety was a mystery that she wished to fathom. Cardinal, said the king, what has become of your brother, Dubauchage? I do not know, sire. How? You do not know? No, I never see him. Now. A grave, sad voice on the end of the room said, Here I am, sire. Ah, it is he, cried Henri. Approach, comte, approach. The young man obeyed. Mon Dieu, cried the king, he is no longer a man, but a shade. Sire, he works hard, said the cardinal, stupefied himself at the change in his brother during the last week. He was as pale as wax, and looked thin and wan. Come here, young man, said the king. Thanks, Cardinal, for your quotation from Plutarch. In a similar case I shall apply to you again. The cardinal saw that Henri wished to be left alone with his brother, and took his leave. There only remained a queen mother, D'Epernon, and Dubauchage. The king beckoned to the latter and said, Why do you hide thus behind the ladies? Do you not know it gives me pleasure to see you? Your kind words do me honor, sire, said the young man, bowing. Then how is it that we never see you here now? If your majesty has not seen me, it is because you have not deigned to cast an eye on the corner of the room. I am here every day regularly. I never have failed, and never will, as long as I can stand upright. It is a sacred duty to me. And is it that makes you so sad? Oh, your majesty cannot think so. No, for you and your brother love me, and I love you. Apropos, do you know that Paulin has written to me from Dieppe? I did not, sire. Yes, but you know he did not like going. He confided to me his regrets at leaving Paris. Yes, but do you know what he said? That there existed a man who would have regretted Paris much more, and that if I gave you this order you would die. Perhaps, sire. He said yet more, for your brother talks fast when he is not sulky. He said that if I had given such an order you would have disobeyed it. Your Majesty was right to place my death before my disobedience. It would have been a greater grief to me to disobey than to die, and yet I should have disobeyed. You are a little mad, I think, my poor comte, said Henri. I am quite so, I believe. Then the case is serious. Joe sighed. What is it? Tell me. Joe tried to smile. A great king like you, sire, would not care for such confidences. Yes, Henri, yes, tell me. It will amuse me, said the king. Sire, you deceive yourself. There is nothing in my grief that could amuse a noble heart like yours. The king took the young man's hand. Do not be angry, debauchage, said he. You know that your king also has known the griefs of an unrequited love. I know it, sire, formally. Therefore, I feel for your sufferings. Your Majesty is too good. Not so. But when I suffered what you suffer, no one could aid me, because no one was more powerful than myself, whereas I can aid you. Sire, and, consequently, hope soon for an end of your sorrows. The young man shook his head. Debauchage, you shall be happy, or I am no longer king of France, cried Henri. Happy? Alas, sire, it is impossible, said the young man with a bitter smile. And why so? Because my happiness is not of this world. Henri, your brother, when he went, recommended you to my friendship. I wish, since you consult neither the experience of your father nor the wisdom of your brother the cardinal, to be an elder brother to you. Come, be confiding, and tell me all. I assure you, debauchage, that for everything except death my power and love shall find you a remedy. Sire, replied the young man, falling at the king's feet, do not confound me by the expression of a goodness to which I cannot reply. My misfortune is without remedy, for it is that which makes my only happiness. Debauchage, you are mad. You will kill yourself with fancies. I know it well, sire. But, cried the king impatiently, is it a marriage you wish for? Sire, my wish is to inspire love. You see that the whole world is powerless to aid me in this. I alone can obtain it for myself. Then why despair? Try, my child. You are young and rich. Where is the woman that can resist at once beauty, youth, and wealth? There are none, debauchage. Sire, your goodness is great. If you wish to be discreet and tell me nothing, do so. I will find out and then act. You know what I have done for your brother. I will do as much for you. 100,000 crowns shall not stop me. Debauchage seized the king's hand and pressed his lips to it. May your Majesty ask one day for my blood, and I will shed it to the last drop to show you how grateful I am for the protection that I refuse. Henri III turned on his heel angrily. Really, said he, these Jeuses are more obstinate than a Valois. Here is one who will bring me every day his long face and eyes circled with black. That will be delightful. Oh, sire, I will smile so, when I am here, that everyone shall think me the happiest of men. Yes, but I shall know the contrary, and that will sadden me. Does your Majesty permit me to retire? Ask debauchage. Go, my child, and try to be a man. When he was gone, the king approached Epernon and said, La Valette, have money distributed this evening to the 45, and give them holiday for a night and a day to amuse themselves. By the mass, they saved me like Scylla's white horse. Saved? Said Catherine. Yes, mother. From what? Asked Epernon.